All right. I'd like to call to order this City Council work session of Tuesday, January 14th, 2020. And we don't have, let's see, what do we have? Call to order. I'll note that all the council members are present. And our second, it does not have in the agenda a report on closed session, but is that okay to make that? Okay. I'd like to report on the closed session item. I'd like to report that we gave direction and that the city does not endorse the cross on the hill, this religious display on public land, and the city is working to convey the message about our non-endorsement on the hill near the cross. We gave direction to staff to that effect. Moving on, after the call to order is the review of meeting objectives. I'm not sure what to say here. I think I'm very happy that we fleshed out an agenda that had a number of different items that we can speak to. And is there any, does staff or city council members have any points or questions they want to make about the objectives of this meeting?
I don't.
No. Seeing none, let's just launch into the agenda. The first item is a visioning exercise. We all had our homework to think about where we want the Albany to be in 5 years. And Councilmember Barnes, would you like to start off?
Or
It's off.
here it is. Now it's working. Since I was the one who suggested this, here's my sort of framework. I personally think, and it's just my opinion as one council member, we spend a lot of time in city council meetings keeping up with the Joneses, which by that I mean doing things that Berkeley does. We seem to have this attitude, if Berkeley does this, bans natural gas, does a soda tax, whatever, we should do it too. We had one episode of something similar with El Cerrito and their specific plan. I have two concerns about playing keeping up with the Joneses with these two cities. One is they're much larger cities than us, and they have economies of scale that we don't. And the other is that Albany may have different cultures and cultural issues and traditions just as a little town. And remember that Albany only split off from Berkeley because of those the garbage wars back in whenever that was. I don't even know when. A long time ago. So here's my sort of thought question. If we really want to be more like Berkeley, my suggestion is we just get Berkeley to annex us. It has lots of advantages. We get rent control, we get soda taxes and East Bay Community Energy, all that stuff we get for free. We get parking meters, we get residential parking permits that some of us want. We can convert City Hall to daycare center. We can all just go home. And so my feeling is if we don't want to do that, and I suspect there might be some of our citizens that don't want us to do that, what are we doing? I just feel like we just keep up with the Joneses in these meetings, and I think it's a waste of everybody's time. So imagine 5 years from now, one other advantage, I'm blanking on the city council member in Albany who doesn't Solano Avenue. What's her name?
The city council
in
member?
Berkeley.
Oh, it's Sophie
Hahn, yeah. Sophie Hahn's a old long-time member of the Sierra Club, so we'd have Sophie Hahn as our city council member, and so we'd have that Sierra Club influence on our town, which has always been there. So I'm like, okay, 5 years from now, we've been annexed by Berkeley. What's wrong with that, and what would we miss if that came to fruition? That's my question, because I'm sort of getting bored sitting up here because I'm like, I have a simple solution to a lot of the problems that come to us.
And just to be clear, you're serious about that suggestion?
Well, yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Let's think about being annexed by Berkeley. It's come up before, and some people in town have sort of jokingly thought about it, but really, if we got annexed by Berkeley, there'd be some cost benefits. There'd be more economies of scale, and I'm not sure what we would lose. So I would like to have a discussion about what we would lose if we were annexed by Berkeley.
Okay.
Is that on the agenda? I mean, I know we're visiting and whatnot, but I could see this going down a rabbit hole that's not anywhere close to our agenda. I'd like clarification. I'm sorry, I had to jump in and say that.
Okay. Did you want to say?
Well, it's a visioning experiment. I'm having a vision of us in 5 years being part of Berkeley.
I found it to be consistent with the agenda, but do you have anything else to say, Mala?
I think we could have some discussion if it comes into a pretty long discussion, that maybe if there's a desire from the full council that we would agendize it for a future discussion. But it does generally fit within the vision.
Right. Okay. So council members can have their vision, but if it goes into a discussion of, okay, we're going to do this, no, that would be not good. Okay, that makes sense. And by the way, I want to introduce our new city attorney to everyone. Mala Subramanian has taken over for Craig, and we're very happy to have her here. Welcome.
Also, Mayor, as we crafted this agenda, we thought, as it's stated here, they are statements as opposed to necessarily too much dialogue
Right.
on individual statements, so hopefully that is a helpful guideline as well.
And I'll just add, what I'm trying to get at here is what is unique and special about Albany that we feel like is worth preserving that might get lost if we did become part of Berkeley? I'm not really clear on that.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. So not getting into whether we're particularly unique in a lot of these things, I basically made a list of the things I think that we should be aiming for over the next 5 years. You know, some of these things take quite a while to get to, and I'm sure, and some of them we've been working on for as long as I've been on council. But, you know, my quick punch list was Albany does begin earnestly developing housing on the transit corridors, our two main transit corridors, and in places where we're already up to R2 and R3. This would be allowing more multi-story and changing some of our planning and zoning requirements to encourage the kind of housing that I think Albany needs, and I believe the entire Bay Area needs. Our carbon footprint has dropped to near zero through a number of legislative things that we've done, but also by practices and the growing extent of electrification throughout California. We have a rapid bus system in place on San Pablo, and car traffic is restricted on Solano, at least private car traffic, and we're much more walk and bike friendly. And then the last one, mitigations for ocean rise and extreme weather are now in place. I don't see these as anything that is particularly Berkeley-like. There are many communities throughout California that are doing this, both big and small, and I think we need to do it too. As far as merging with any particular city around, I don't know if it's something we should do, but I suspect what will be happening is we're going to become part of a larger regional governing system, and that's probably not just within 5 years, maybe more like 10 years. But as the Bay Area gets more dense, I see regional government as something that will naturally follow.
Thank you. I want to make sure I got down everything that you said. But after traffic being down and more bike and ped friendly, I think you mentioned climate adaptation, or what was it?
That we've actively pursuing mitigations for coming ocean rise and extreme climate.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McQuaid.
Well, I made a list sort of like Councilmember Moss, perhaps a little bit less organized, I guess. It's sort of not quite as compact.
Sorry, Vice Mayor McQuaid.
That's okay, I understand. So I'm just going to pick out some of the things I think are highlights and let you hear those. So I hope in 5 years that everyone in Albany has a home. I hope the Saha project is, if not completed, close to completion, that our number of ADU units continue to grow, and we have new housing built on San Pablo. The development on Albany Hill is a perfect balance of housing and open space with an emphasis on habitat restoration. I hope in 5 years all of our school construction is completed. I hope that we have the new active transportation plan, a new arts master plan, a new park and recreation plan, at least updated. I shouldn't say new, I should say updated. I hope we have a regional plan for healthcare services that's been developed and is being implemented. That we continue implementing our new cap with significant progress. The Complete Street project for San Pablo Avenue is nearing completion. The emergency preparedness and resiliency programs are continuing to grow. The communication strategies between the city and the community continue to improve, with more people being involved in city government. Peggy Thompson Pierce Street Park is going to become a popular play area with both the Saha project residents and the entire neighborhood. We have sea level mitigation programs in the planning stages for the bulb. New sports courts and repurposing of existing courts are underway. We're working on securing funds for the Veterans Building and making a comprehensive plan for other memorials. That we have completed our San Pablo specific plan. The Economic Development Strategy Plan is being utilized with lots of specific types of businesses. We've gotten rid of all of the unused and dirty news racks. Each department continues their long-term planning, including succession planning, asset management, facility and staffing needs, and we're developing funding strategies to ensure that these needs can be met. This also does include our PERS responsibilities. And the council is continuing to receive financial information in a comprehensive and timely manner. And you can have that if you want.
Oh, thank you very much. 1 second, just typing up the last. What was your last name? Oh, financial information. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Councilmember Nason.
Thank you. First of all, I'm going to second what I've been hearing. I'll address the issue of Albany's character, but I hear all of these ideas. I won't try to repeat them. The ones that I think might be somewhat different or additive from my perspective. I came on the council initially, or became active in Albany governance out of concern for what had become a untenable situation at the Albany waterfront. And I'm very pleased at what has happened in the last 6 years. And looking ahead 5 years, what do we want to see completed there? I would like to see the Albany waterfront continue to be a place for all different people with all different activities. I don't believe that having a wonderful park is at odds with having people able to enjoy dogs and art and everything else that they do there. So I'd like to see us come to some community consensus and have the Albany Bulb be and the Albany Beach be really fabulous recreational amenities that Albany can be very proud of. That's one key thing. I'd like to see, and I think that several people mentioned automobile travel on Solano, that it be a less car-oriented and a more pedestrian-oriented place. I would love to see us find some kind of transition for the heart of Albany, respectfully recreate our war memorials, our World War I and World War II memorials should be freed from our World War II memorial should certainly be freed from its connection with the Shrine of Freedom, which is a political statement that is no longer really appropriate for Albany. I'd like to see us review and recreate the heart of Albany as a pedestrian plaza that really serves our people and discourages speedy and troubling driving on Solano and encourages walking and biking. On the issues that, and I wanted to touch on that everyone in Albany has a home. That's a positive way of saying it. A bad kind of negative way of saying that is that we don't have homeless people here. Well, if they're in Berkeley and El Cerrito and, the cities around us, that's not a good thing. What I'd like to see is Albany not only doing its part for housing, but Albany doing its part for shelter. That Albany has places for people to live while they are awaiting the long-term accession to housing, which is so unbelievably expensive. I think that realistically, we need shelter. We need to get people out of tents and off of the creeks and out of these terrible situations and give them a place to live while we continue on the very long-term project of providing housing. Now I want to touch on what Councilmember Barnes said about Berkeley, and I do think Albany has a specific character. Berkeley's character is formed to a great extent by the presence of the University of California. An enormous number of students vote. An enormous number of people remain in Berkeley after their education, but bring their ideas with them. Albany has the Village. We also have a lot of students and former students, but we are a town that orients itself very much across the generations. Albany cares deeply about its families and children. Albany cares deeply about its elderly who are aging in place. I'm not saying any other town doesn't, but I see those as the centerpieces of what Albany is and what we do. I would like to see us pursue our progressivism, our desire to see change by having a broader and deeper look at how we can participate in the wider scene. It might be, rather than adopting an electrification ordinance, it might be that we want to lobby for an piece of electrification legislation that will apply to all the cities, as opposed to trying to make Albany kind of a perfect place. We participate in a wider movement to move California forward. Now, my thing that has become essential to me, and I've just talked about things I want changed or things I want added, but I've become something of a back to basics person. I do believe very strongly that we need good budgeting. We need our financial information to be not only in order, but to be transparent to the public so people understand the decisions we make when we adopt a budget, and they understand where the money has gone, where it has come from and where it has gone. We need to pave our streets. We need street lighting. Just the basics of our infrastructure have deteriorated very badly, and I'd like to see that addressed over the coming 5 years so that we're really attending to our business and getting the basic job done before we are allocating resources to terrific new things that we all want to see done. So that's my...
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to see if there's any members of the public who would like to come up and comment on the visions or give their own vision. Anyone? If not, then I'll bring it back to council and... Oh, sorry. Rushed ahead there. Go ahead.
Sorry, I missed a lot of people's visions. I really only heard Peggy and Rochelle, but of course what Peggy said was great. I liked most of that stuff pretty much. I understand yesterday there was a brown bag at the library about the resegregation of Northern California. And I think the thing I would like to see most is Albany break down the barriers to the segregation that we have now, that we have better transportation, that we have access to low-income housing. There's a lot more about homelessness I could bring up right now, but I'll let other people say that stuff. When I heard about the brown bag, it really got to me how many barriers we have to poorer people living in Albany. And there are things that we can change on a small scale. Like, for instance, a roundabout that took people to BART every 15 minutes. So we didn't have our last mile problem. And I guess I always felt we give too much deference to the landlords of Albany in all of our decision making, and I don't understand why, especially since so many of them don't even live here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Maris.
Alan Maris, Albany resident. I really want to thank the council for the improvements on our waterfront. That park is fantastic, and I think it will just get better. I also want to thank you for supporting the affordable housing project on Cleveland, the Saha project on Cleveland and Washington. I'm a bit concerned about that, and in the past we've had some affordable housing projects where market housing seemed to really get the emphasis and the very low and low income housing did not. Saha has proposed having very low income housing, but they haven't told us how many of those 60 units would go to very affordable housing. And I'm thinking in the rent range of between $400 and $800 a month for a one bedroom. And that's in their inventory that they're recommending, but I'd like to see that be at least half of that 60 units. And in our housing element, we have about 350 units, and over half of them are for very low and low income. So that would, if we had at least 30 or 40 units of the new affordable housing at that very low income level, we would essentially be meeting the goals of our housing element, which we haven't done for a number of years. We've had that goal, but we really haven't done much to achieve it. Also, more affordable housing along San Pablo and Solano. I think there's potential on San Pablo for some concrete unreinforced buildings which really need earthquake retrofitting. Could be done at the same time as you provide more affordable housing in those locations. Let's see. I think that's about it. It's mainly I'm concerned about the affordable housing. I'm also concerned about traffic on Marin, and we've seen some people indicate that the speed is too low. They would like to see it kicked up to 35 miles an hour, which seems to be the rate that it currently is. People seem to be traveling at that speed. I prefer to see that lowered. We have schools along there. Put up some signs that say, drive as though your kids lived in this neighborhood. And I think we'd get a little more sympathy from the people on the hill trying to get to the freeway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just point of fact, I believe the current proposal is for 64 units and not 60 in this AHA project, but that's not set in stone. Please.
I thought the number was 62, so I split the difference. I'm Susan Renault. I'm an Albany resident for about going on 25 years. And prior in San Francisco, where the schools are enormous and it's hard to find something that a shy teenager might fit into, I researched the Bay Area and found that in my price range, Albany seemed to have the best schools. I would not want to be part of Berkeley, mainly, for that reason. But regarding Saha and the 60 whatever development, I'm wondering if the funding efforts have stalled. We haven't had any information lately. I emailed James Conlon, and nothing has progressed for the last, I think, 4 or 5 months regarding them seeking funding. And also regarding low-income housing, we have very little Section 8 here, and I know from where I've come into contact with people, there are more people that have been designated that Section 8 and can't find places. So that's something I don't know how you work on, but it's something we need to figure out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And while I can't speak to Saha, I will say it is good for all citizens to be on the EE tree and be getting regular updates to city council agendas, and do pay attention to your next city council agenda, I would advise. Anyone else from the public? If not, I'll bring it back, and I realized that I kind of skipped over myself, so I'll go ahead and talk about my vision. I don't have a lot to say, and then maybe we can have just a discussion of clarification about what each other has said, if there's any questions. I think we are in a unique position as a city. And we are an urban village by the bay. We enjoy the urban amenities of having a lot of cultural and other activities very close by, and I feel like we're part of the urban fabric, but we also feel like we're part of a small town, and very much quite a bit of the town geographically is zoned single-family housing, and I think that helps give that feel of the small town and helps us keep a feeling of community, of being tight-knit. That said, when I look at San Pablo Avenue and even Solano Avenue to some extent, I think a lot of it looks like it stopped in the 50s or the 60s or the 70s, and that we could do better on our commercial streets. And I think that it's important for any city to evolve, to grow up, to grow, especially in a region that is growing, and growing so much that we lack housing. And we need to be part of that, as some of my other council members have said, we need to be part of that equation as well. We need to make sure we build that housing. And we have lots of opportunities on San Pablo Avenue to build dense housing, and hopefully to build more retail or other commercial, whatever makes sense for those streets. But hopefully things that keep our community, keep our city vital, and that I think the more growth we get on those streets, the more we're going to have a vital city, the more we're going to have people coming out and walking the streets and using those services, using those new retail places. And I think it's going to be all for the better that we grow. And even if we were to grow and get very dense along San Pablo and Solano, we're not going to lose that small town. We're still going to feel like a small town. There's so much of the town that's still residential, single-family residential. Even if we brought in more multifamily residential, it's still going to feel like we're a mile and a quarter square. We can't break out of that. That's a fact. So I think we need to evolve like every city evolves, like the cities around us evolve, like El Cerrito and Berkeley, they're building, and we are building a little. I'd like to see us build a lot more. And just to speak to a few of the things, my fellow council members had some great things to say. Just to speak to a few of them that I heard is, I think they, just for the idea of economies of scale, being annexed by Berkeley would be great. And there's so many things that as a small city, just logistically, we struggle to do because we have a small budget and small staff, and yet we have to do all the things that every city does, including the big cities that have big budgets and big staff. As to what kind of political uproar would happen if we were to propose that, I don't know, but, and I don't think I'll bring that back as an agenda item unless I have maybe a consensus of council members that we should talk about that, but there's something to that. There's something to the economies of scale. I think there's something to seeing whether we can maybe work with other cities to be a part of their parking meter program, or being part of their residential parking program, or joining our departments with other departments, working together so that we can bring the costs down, so they can get that economy of scale. I think there's definitely something to that. And I also would like to see us be greener. We have become greener over time. I'd like to see us become even more greener, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels in a big way, support everyone and anyone who wants to walk and bike around town so that they feel like that's a viable option and they can do that safely and securely. And I would love to see our schools continue to thrive, because that is a big reason why a lot of people live in this town or come to this town. Finally, I would say that I think the demographics of the town have changed over the year. They certainly have changed. I think we'd all agree, because this is a town that used to host the John Birch office on the corner of Solano and San Pablo, I think I was told. I think we've come a long way since then. I think politically we've gone a different direction, probably more to the left. But I do think we resemble Berkeley in a lot of ways, in that we have some of the same demographics of people living here. As one of the council members mentioned, I can't remember who it was, a lot of the graduates do end up in Albany. UC graduates do end up in Albany, and we do have some students here, and I think that does affect the character of Albany. But there are also a lot of people who've lived here a long time and maybe have a different idea of what Albany should be, but I think we have changed. And I think I'll leave it there for now and see if there's any questions among the council members about what any of us have said, any clarifying questions without getting into a big discussion about things.
May I just say one thing? I don't think any of us specifically spoke about Vision Zero or safe routes to school, although I think it was implicit in the things everyone was saying, making this a really safe city to walk, in a place where everyone who doesn't have a mobility problem can and does walk.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Yes, Pete.
And the one thing that I've had written down but forgot to say, a bit in the weeds, and sort of my own personal crusade, but I am hoping in 5 years we will have a functional field at the Pierce Street Park
I
for.
said that. That was included in mine.
Yeah.
You were so fast and had so many items.
But otherwise, I think the general gist of it all is well understood.
Have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
So let's go. Let's get it done.
Any final comments from council members? If not, I thank you much for all your visions. And I'm going to eventually figure out how to make the microphone comfortable for me. Okay, maybe that works. All right, back to our agenda. Next item is the City Council Strategic Plan Status Update. Staff and I, Nicole and I, talked a little bit about this. The way I'd like to cover this, and I want to emphasize that this is just an update, that we've already, we've done our major update, and this is just a revisiting to see if there's any tweaks needed or anything we should pull forward more and other things we should push back. So in that spirit, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, but if there's important things to talk about, we'll talk about them. So I'd like to start by just going over each objective one by one and stopping at each objective under the 4 goals and seeing if there's any comments or questions or any comments, I guess, from the council members. Does that work for everyone? Okay. All right, so just to reiterate, we have our 4 goals: foster a healthy and sustainable urban village, engage our diverse community, goal 2, goal 3, maximize and improve parks and open space, goal 4, advance economic development in the arts. So let's start with goal 1, objective 1, advance climate action. Any questions or comments?
Yes.
Please, Councilmember, Vice Mayor McQuaid.
Okay, and since I'm the first one, help me and make sure that I'm doing this the way that you want it done.
Okay.
I think I have it. Okay, so on page 6, which is objective 1, advance climate action, I'd like to add a goal which corresponds with the new climate action and adaptation goal, which is to amend the zoning ordinance.
Wait, so you said you want to add a goal. You want to add a work plan addition?
Yeah.
Work plan addition.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Work plan addition. And what I'm trying to do is to reflect the CAP goal 1, action 1.1.8 on page 38 of the climate action plan.
And that goal, can you just summarize that goal?
It's amending the zoning ordinance to increase density. And that's pretty broad, but we could make it more specific if you want.
Okay. So a new work plan addition, which would be number 3. These are, there's work plan items and potential work plan additions. Do you want this as a work plan item or a potential work plan addition?
I'm wondering if it couldn't be under work plan item 1, where it talks about develop a new climate action plan, maybe even have an A emphasis on amending zoning ordinance. I'm honestly not quite sure how to tuck that in. We could make it a separate work plan item.
And is there a reason we might not just add implementation of the plan in general, rather than calling out specific items from the plan?
I think because I think that amending the zoning ordinance is going to do a lot of other things besides, it's going to increase the housing, which we also want to do, probably break down some of the barriers we always hear about. So it's it's more than just the climate piece. It's kind of a broader scope.
Okay, so under this goal, we have climate action, promote housing availability and quality, and that's objective 2. Objective 3, objective 2 is on page 7. Objective 3 is active transportation and safety so it sounds like that would maybe go under objective 2
Okay.
instead.
Okay.
And so if I understand it correctly, add as a work plan item, the cap goal of 1.1.8 of amending the zoning ordinance for more density. How do my fellow council members feel about that?
I feel like that, I mean, different levels of the city deal with different things. I think that our piece should be the housing element, and we might want to strengthen the housing element. But the zoning changes, to me, should kind of come up through the work plan for planning and zoning. It almost sounds like we're going to reach out and take the zoning piece rather than awaiting the work coming in from planning and zoning. I'd rather focus on improving our housing element. But if you feel strongly about having it there, I don't have a strong objection. I just don't think it's quite where it belongs.
Can we get some clarification from staff what the housing element timeline is?
I'd also like to add some clarification on the Climate Action Plan implementation plan. That's basically an administrative document with staff and the Climate Action Committee as the lead on that implementation. And it's identified in that plan for 2020. So I think we're on the same page in terms of the importance and the priority for addressing the zoning amendments. I don't know if it needs to be re-expressed directly, given that you have the work plan item for implementation, and you will receive an update in 2020 on the Climate Action Plan.
Okay, that'd be fine. I'm just trying to make sure that it doesn't slide away on us. If for sure we're going to see it in 2020, I'm thrilled. I see Claire nodding, so I'm
Okay.
happy.
He's the
So-
keeper.
Good with that? Okay.
Fine with that.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, any other comments on page 6, objective 1? If not, we can move to page 7, objective 2, promote housing availability and quality. Any comments there? If not,
Are we
or
going,
should you?
are we going page by page?
Yeah, well, we're going objective by objective. They mostly land on page boundaries, yes.
Okay.
So page 7 is objective 2. And
Well, yeah, I also have some questions that maybe Jeff could answer if he...
Okay, this would be the time. Councilmember Barnes.
Good afternoon.
On item number 4, part of the problem with Albany and its sort of mom and pop structure of landlords is that we had never, in our business licensing procedures, ever really collected much information from them about, you know, the amount of rents they charge and other items. So when I'm looking at number 4,
What page? are you on?
He's on page 7.
it's page
I believe.
7, although this actually specifically refers to ADUs, which can be a form of rental. Where are we at more broadly in collecting information about the number of rental units and rents charged in Albany? Do we have anything in place at all?
I can't speak directly to what we collect through the business license process. We do, in community development, track the permits that are issued for ADUs, and we have a pretty good record going back many, many years of those, the creation of those units. And in terms of rents and so forth, we do from time to time, usually as part of the update to the housing element, do a survey of rents in the city. It's pretty straightforward and easy, just going to Craigslist and see what the current market conditions are. To my knowledge, I don't know that we, again, I'm not involved in the business license issuance. I don't know that we ask landlords to tell us, or tenants to tell us, what they're actually paying in rent.
And on the issue the last item there, short-term occupancy, which I assume is Airbnb. Where are we at on that? My recollection was, as long as they were really short-term occupancy, we didn't require any kind of business license or something along those lines, but please refresh my
Right.
memory.
We have a consulting service that helps us identify short-term rental projects or properties, and we are requiring them to get business licenses and to legalize, if necessary, their ADUs or whatever it may be. So that's an ongoing process.
Is there restrictions? I mean, if they do it, I know this is more broadly getting to be a bigger issue in the state with the housing shortage, is housing being pulled off the market for short-term rentals. So what, is there a minimum number of days that have to be rented out a year or some criteria like that that lets them fall below the radar?
I don't believe so.
Business license would be less than $7,800 a year. You pay less for your business license, but other than that, you have to get a business license regardless.
All right, I'm good, thank you.
In answer to your earlier question, the housing element, we'll be working on that in 2021 and 2022.
When does HCD want it?
January 2023.
January.
Good timeline then. Yeah, Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, I don't know if this is something we would need to add to the list, but I'm wondering something to the effect of keeping our Albany Planning and Zoning Code and our other housing regulations consistent with ongoing legislation that's coming down from the state, SB 50 being one of the big ones. But, you know, it could also be just keeping us updated with our RENA requirements.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like staff pretty much keeps up with those things as a regular part of their job. So I'm not sure we have to
Add it to our list.
Yeah, I'm not sure we have to add it to our list, but that's, I've been happy that they seem to always be proactive whenever I come to them and say, oh, what about, they're already on it. So.
Okay.
To go back a minute to the short-term occupancy, do we have any thoughts or any ideas about how that may be impacting our long-term rental stock? And do we want to look at what other cities are doing? I know Seattle has a really good program. I don't want to become Seattle, Michael.
It's way bigger than us. I was born there.
Beautiful city.
It is a beautiful city.
When you can see it.
And I don't know if we're there, if we need to be looking at that, or if that's something that kind of will evolve over time and we'll do something.
I would support that. Other cities around here have gone that route of limiting short-term rentals.
I'm much shorter than you. In registering short-term rentals, we've actually found that a lot of them that are listed and that the consultant found aren't still renting. They are just still active on the Airbnb site. So the amount of people that actually registered are a lot less. I have heard from a handful of people that they switched their property from long-term to short-term because they could make more money. But with the additional regulations, some of them were like, well, I think I'm just going to switch it back to long-term. So it's really person by person what they are feeling at the moment. So, but it's not a lot of properties.
Do we have a ballpark figure? Is it 30s, 60s?
I can get that for you. I don't want to guess and be wrong.
I would support putting something in here to consider limiting short-term rentals if other council members were agreeable.
I think I'd rather have a little bit more information before we decide if we need to do it. If we need to do it, I'm fine, but.
And I think that our collection of the hotel occupancy tax is very new. So I think we need a little bit more time, and granted, it's a very dynamic endeavor, short-term versus long-term. I think we need a little bit more time to have some data to inform that decision.
A lot of them were people went away for vacation, and so they rented out their house while they were away. And they want to keep doing that, so they're going to start collecting the tax. So we'd have to do a lot more research and ask more questions to figure out.
So you mean those would be people who, whenever they take a vacation, they rent their house out, but that might
Correct.
only be once or twice or 3 times a year or something?
Correct.
I see. Thank you. Any other
Well,
questions
yeah,
for staff?
but that previous example is not going to affect the amount of housing in Albany. I mean, because if,
It's their single-family home that,
right.
when they're
so if-
gone, they
if
let
somebody
them-
else, if they do a house swap 2 weeks a year with someone in France,
Yeah.
it's more, one thing we do have,
point.
I think we now is a fairly good count of ADUs in town. So that kind of gives us an upper bound of how many short-term rentals there might be, at least among ADUs.
We don't ask for the type of property. So I don't know whether they're just renting out a room while they're still actually there for, 7 days, or if they're renting out an entire structure. We don't ask for that. And we don't ask for it in regular business licenses either.
Again, we don't ask for.
We don't ask for the type of property, well, I mean, except for single-family home versus like an apartment complex, on regular residential rental business license applications or renewals.
All right, and while I'm at it, one last question. Do we keep track of corporate ownership of residential properties in Albany?
Yes. In fact, the city treasurer is in the process of doing a review of the property taxes that were issued to people that didn't list the property address as their main address, like their home address. So the property tax bill was mailed to somewhere other than the house that is being taxed. And so those people we reach out to specifically and say, hey, are you renting this house out? Or, is the tax bill being sent to, the child for an elderly, person, or what's going on here?
Okay, thank you.
So let me make sure I heard this correctly. When we identify rentals, we don't identify whether they're short-term or long-term.
We do.
We do, okay.
There's a residential rental business license, which is for long-term, which is over 30 days.
Oh, okay, and so anything in the hotel category, that's the short-term rental?
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? No. Okay. Objective 2, shall we move on, or any last words? If not, we can move to Objective 3, promote active transportation and safety. And it looks like that's all on page 8 as well. Any comments from council members?
Nope.
Give you a few more moments to read that, and then we'll move on.
I'll just add on the last item, parking management. We reviewed that issue about 3 years ago. I'm trying to remember, we had a consultant come in, and so what's the plan? Are we going to try to update that, or just refresh what was done in the past?
We had the intent of a study session to discuss council interest in how we approach this going forward. I don't know that we want another technical analysis, and if we do, I think we would use a different party to do so in the previous group. But you can see that there is an obligation through the Climate Action Plan to research feasibility. You're talking about the potential work plan addition, item 1. So if there is an interest in reprioritizing that, we can certainly look into that, given council direction.
I think a study session sounds right. Councilmember Moss.
Yeah, as I recall that, every time we've looked at this, we look at it through the eyes of, well, we need parking meters if there's a lack of parking places. And it's always with those particular glasses on that we look at this thing. A lot of us who think that this is something that we might want to pursue would like to broaden the view of it. particularly around housing issues. That if we continue to decrease the requirements for parking on site, I think eventually people there'll be this backlash about, oh, you can't find any parking. Could also be around income, revenue stream. There's a lot of ways of looking at parking meters, and I think just doing it through that one particular lens, I think, well, yeah, you can still find parking, so we don't need it, but I think there's other arguments.
Let me ask staff a question about the upcoming, I want to say specific plan for San Pablo Avenue. Does that include a parking study at all, or parking must be some part of it, I would imagine?
The primary focus of the specific plan is really to look at building forms, site planning, and housing density. Right now, I think we do have a little bit scoped for parking, but nothing in the form of a study or anything more comprehensive.
Okay, thank you.
Could I ask a question regarding that? If this rapid bus system goes into effect, will that be part of will they be doing a study on parking in conjunction with that?
I'm looking to Jeff. He has more familiarity with the BRT proposal.
As a part of that ongoing planning process, which is not yet complete, they have collected a lot of data on parking up and down the corridor. I don't expect them to make recommendations to individual cities about how to deal with the consequences of it, but we would have the data from that study that we could anticipate what the impacts would be if that's what they end up recommending doing.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other?
It's actually part of the alternatives that cities are considering. For example, one thing that Berkeley is leaning towards is a lane where they have a tow-away lane during commute hours.
So yeah, the removal, the change of parking certainly is part of certain of those proposals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Which reminds me, we probably should give an update soon on and have a subcommittee meeting on the San Pablo Avenue plan, corridor plan. Anything else? I do think I would. My opinion is that there are going to be other levers that trip that parking discussion, and I think we probably are going to have, I would guess, some discussions of parking in the coming year, which I would welcome. But I think that it will be, if all goes well and we have growth, I think that will trigger a parking discussion as well. Anyway, if nothing else in Objective 3, shall we move to Objective 4, support public health and safety, page 9.
I have a question. I gotta find it, sorry.
Sure. Vice Mayor McQuaid is looking for her question.
Okay, so on number 5, it refers to the subcommittee of now Mayor Pilch and Councilmember Moss. And I might be having just a brain drain, but I was just wondering when we established that subcommittee.
That's a good question. I do not remember. I do believe we did formally discuss it at a city council meeting. Whether it got recorded in our list of subcommittees, that I don't know. If we should record that, we can go ahead and do that, I think.
I'm fine with having the subcommittee.
Yeah.
I just was like, well, when did that happen?
My understanding is that, yeah, my remembrance is that we did formally discuss that.
did.
So, but that probably should be added to the list of subcommittees. Sorry? Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, I remember the conversation, but I can't pin down when it was.
This is probably due to too much cannabis use in our youth.
I think we're
You
all
went
having,
there.
we're all having a Cheech and Chong moment.
Yeah.
All right.
You wonder why.
Thanks for noting that. Any other comments on support public health and safety? If not, we can move to the next big goal, which is engage our diverse community. Objective 1, connect with and engage community. That's all on page 10. Any questions there, comments?
Just one comment, that with Martin versus Boise having become final, that's the court ruling that one may not prohibit sleeping in public without providing a place to sleep, essentially. We may need to revisit our shelter, our provision or lack thereof. If we do not want people sleeping, say, in their car in front of someone's house or in a park, where do they go? And we may need to address that, as well as more broadly, what is Albany's fair share of providing for the homeless community, since people do drift between communities. We want to be sure that we're doing everything that we should be doing.
Yeah, along those lines, the governor's budget that he just discussed yesterday, the day before, has a whopping amount of money for homeless services, and we should make sure that we understand how to access that money, quote unquote.
I'm trying to figure out, okay, so that is under Objective 1, connect with, engage community. Okay. Did you need any change there, Councilmember Nason, or you just wanted to make a note of that?
I just wanted to make a note of that. I think that we have to do more consultation with our city attorney and so forth, and learn more about what the local mayors are contemplating to see if there are collaborative solutions we can participate in. I just wanted to highlight the problem.
Okay.
Maybe we could add a sentence that says something like monitor, or better than monitor, well, maybe monitor is okay, monitor shelter provision issues, with that hopefully becoming a stronger action item down the road.
So add that to the status and comments under work plan item number 1?
Actually, I was thinking of adding it to the language of number 1, because these are things that we're going to do. We're going to continue outreach. We're going to evaluate outreach outcomes. And I would suggest that we add to that monitor shelter provision.
Okay.
Monitor local shelter provision.
Monitor local shelter provision.
The idea is simply that we learn about this, make sure it's on our radar screen, and and we're prepared to act in the future if and when we, for example, if we get, as Councilmember Barnes said, if we come into money through the new state budget, that we're prepared to think about providing shelter rather than just providing outreach and services.
Okay, thank you. Are the other council, I'm fine with that. The other council members okay with adding that sentence?
Sure.
Okay. And staff's got that? Okay. Great. Anything else on objective 1? And by the way, I think that forgetting to say a number of things, but I think we'll try to take a break around 3 or maybe at the conclusion of this item so that we don't just go the whole 4 hours without a break, just so that council members and public are aware. 5 or 10 minutes or so. If nothing else on objective 1, moving on to objective 2, promote disaster preparedness and resiliency. Should we add stop global warming?
You know, I wonder if at some point we're going to want to be looking at zoning in areas that might be prone to ocean rise, either restrictions or I suppose restrictions that if an area is within currently no more than 6 feet above sea level, perhaps we should kind of cut off the idea that could be developed.
We put in that other zoning piece that has to do with the climate. I think that fits right in there. I mean, zoning doesn't only have to be about density. It could be about climate sea level rise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I've looked at this a bunch, and but it's been a while, but the racetrack is the big problem. It's only 8 feet above sea level. I think 20 feet of sea level rise covers half of University Village.
23?
20 feet would
20 feet.
would put a lot of half of University Village underwater. I can't remember I remember 50 feet of sea level rise turns Albany Hill into an island. So the real problems are I think the creek to the north, which is Cordonices Creek, because that floods already. And then the waterfront, parts of the waterfront, there's already at King Tides, the water is already coming across the parking lots at the racetrack. So it's the racetrack parking lots, it's Cordonices Creek, and then whatever all other low-lying land is down there. A lot of the bulb is actually elevated. So, but yeah, once you get to 20 feet, we're literally sunk.
And we're in the process of planning to build our biggest new building in a long time in one of the lowest spots in Albany, down on Cleveland. So.
So did you want to add an item?
I don't know. At some point, this discussion has to happen, whether this is something that should be in our 2, 5, 10-year strategic plan. I don't know. The
other thing that developers do when they're building in low-lying areas is they account for sea level rise and build up. And this, in fact, I took a tour of Howard Terminal, where the A's are proposing to move, and even though it is built up already, they're proposing to add another whole 5 feet to the base of where that is to account for that. So we could say no building there, or we could say you have to accommodate for rising sea level.
Yep.
That would be another way of.
Yeah, for example, remember the LB&L was thinking of putting a lab project down on the waterfront, and they specifically were going to basically build levees, I think about 6 feet tall, taller than the existing land. And I think that's part of the reason the sports fields, Tom Bates Fields, are as high as they are. So if we really have sea level rise, at least we can take rowboats down there and keep playing soccer.
Probably our most immediate resiliency challenge is the integrity of the bulb and the work that we're doing with KALB Recycle to make sure that the bulb is stable and not releasing any contents into the bay as a result of wave action.
Or just
in water.
Or more intense rainfall.
Yeah.
Too.
Right.
So we're on objective 2. Maybe it would be good to add an item such as consider incorporating zoning amendments, consider zoning amendments related to sea level rise or something like that. We could have staff.
Sorry.
We could have staff wordsmith it. Would people be interested in doing that?
I'll add a little bit of clarification in terms of status where we are. This is expressed in a few of our current planning documents, including our local hazard mitigation plan, and we're actually underway with the City of Berkeley to do some analysis to determine the effects, the levels, number of feet, so on and so forth. So again, I feel like this is in the think tank and maybe not in need of an expressed directive in this version of the strategic plan, but I know it will be forthcoming, and clearly those findings would come to the council.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I am too, because, you know, it is kind of a real long-term, well, hopefully a long-term perspective, but we don't know, so.
Okay. Great. Then if there's nothing else under objective 2, shall we move on to objective 3? Continue to promote community inclusivity.
So what page are we on now?
This be 12.
Oh, I just want to point out we have 23 pages in this document.
Yeah, I'll try to speed us along here. Objective 4. All right, objective 5. No, too fast? Objective 3, any comments?
Wait, now where are we?
This is still page 12. Sorry, I was
Started going fast, I'm like,
making
that's fine. It's all
too literal a joke. Otherwise, we could move on to what I think is the last objective of the second goal, objective 4, promote health and wellness.
Perfect.
And I see a member of the public raising his hand. I probably should have taken public comment ahead of this item, but there will be public comment at the end. Thank you.
Mayor, can I go back and ask a brief question on objective 3?
There are 23 pages, Michael.
This is brief.
Right back at him. Okay.
What would you do without me on the council to tease?
Find out soon enough.
We do have low-income exemptions for some of our parcel taxes and other items, and there's been some questions in the past as to how effective that is, because folks who need them may not really be in a place to have the wherewithal to take advantage of them. So I just want to sort of tweak people and you know, remind folks that that may be an issue.
And I think that we've been much more proactive in assisting folks that may not be able to apply directly through our Albany Cares program. I know that that's been conducted with Anne Marie's assistance and Sid's assistance.
Mm-hmm.
So our numbers are higher than they have been in the past, and the Social and Economic Justice Commission receives those reports on an annual basis and provides feedback.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we went back to objective 3, but we were really at objective 4. And if there's nothing on objective 4, then we'll move on to the next big goal. Going once.
Okay, I've got something on page
Okay.
14.
Yes. Page 14. Okay, so you've moved ahead to our third goal, objective 1.
Right.
Okay, so.
That's where we were, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Page 14, maximize and improve parks and open parks. Take it away.
Okay, number 4, talking about benches and whatnot. I'm curious as to where we are with the amenities for the dog park.
Good afternoon. So we're just starting out on formally lining things out. We received sort of a concept plan from the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission. I think it was a subcommittee of the commission, and we're going to take that and work with a landscape architect, not to develop a design, but to provide a little more meat on the concept. And then from that, we'll start teasing it apart and figuring out what we could do in-house, what we need to contract out. There's some fence work, and then sort of start phasing it in. I know there's a Eagle Scout project we're trying to coordinate with, so we want to make sure that at least a pad is in place for that fits into an overall plan. We're just starting out that process.
Is that the pavilion thing? The Eagle Scout project? 'Cause
Pavilion.
I ran into someone at a party who told me they were building something for the dog park.
I thought it was a bench.
No, it wasn't a bench. It was, yeah.
I just received a proposal from the Eagle Scout yesterday, and I'm reviewing it to see that it matches all of the gift policy criteria. And based on the image that was submitted along with the proposal, it is a bench. It's a covered bench, and on a cement slab, and it looks like there's a bulletin board, and so it is a little bit more than a bench.
So if people want to gift benches or something, they need to get their proposals to you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the gift of any gift to the city is an ongoing opportunity. So specifically to the dog park, this is a unique situation in that there were recommendations to the council that were accepted and endorsed to move forward through staff, and specifically the Public Works Department. But benches in any public place would continue to be received through the gift policy.
Thank you.
So with the park closed right now for the winter, right, is there thoughts of when it opens, and will it be sort of done when it opened, or will there at least be benches and maybe?
I'm not sure what the timeline would be
Okay,
right now.
that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, objective 1, going once, going twice, and moving on to objective 2, enhance open space. Bless you. Nothing. We can move right along to objective 3 then.
Before we go off of
Sure.
open space, I want to tag, and I'm sure there will be more discussion of this at our next meeting, but we've lost a stretch of creek. It's been fenced off and privatized. Public path has been closed off. And I think we'll need to have a conversation about that. It is, we've spent many millions on Cordnese's Creek, and losing a section of it is troubling.
This has previously been discussed at council, or?
It was discussed in the context of a particularly problematic homeless encampment.
Cordnese's Creek, correct?
On Cordnese's Creek,
Okay.
That's right.
So maybe we can pursue this. I would like to know more, but maybe we can pursue this with staff and see if perhaps we can get a meeting together with other staff from other jurisdictions or something like that. But
Yeah, I'm actually meeting, we can talk offline,
Oh,
but
okay.
I'm meeting with Rashi Kasarwani's staff tomorrow. We're doing a walk and try to figure out what happened.
Okay.
Something went terribly wrong.
Okay, wonderful. I would be very interested in getting updates on that as it evolves.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, open space. We've moved on to create cultural facilities and opportunities, page 16. Objective 3. Yeah. Both of these items, the work plan items, say pending. There's no updates.
It's a big project, and as you can see from Park Rec's open space and Public Works and our Recreation and Community Services Department, they have a lot on their plate, and this one will be and is an important endeavor. It's just us trying to find the time to work it in and do it properly with the amount of time and commitment that it'll need. So we hope
Okay.
to have a better update at your next strategic plan update.
Okay.
A quick question. We are also revising our sign policy for the city.
Yes.
Is there going to be any overlap between these two issues? I mean, to the extent that a cultural memorial is a sign or not? Just, we can put that in the hopper.
Give me 1 second here. I just want to make a note of something. Okay. Objective 3, okay, nothing else on that. I don't think that is urgent anyway, so thank you for the update. That will do it for the third goal. If there's nothing else for the third goal, we'll move on to the fourth and final goal, advance economic development in the arts. Objective 1, encourage economic development with a variety of business and development models. Looks like the Economic Development Committee is scheduled to get an update. And so are we. And specific plan will be coming up as well. All right, if there's nothing else, we can move on to Objective 2, investigate ways to support and develop the arts. Fall into Haiku had another successful year. And I happened to stumble upon a gallery opening that happened on Sunday afternoon. I'm glad I saw that. For some reason, I missed the update or the notice about that. There's a little typo in here where it says Albany Poet Laureate instead of Albany. Albany Poet Laureate Rebecca Black. That's not the same one who did that rap song Friday, is it? No, never mind. Okay. Yeah, moving on. And Objective 3, maintaining an attractive atmosphere in business districts.
I have one on this.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Number 2, develop policy and consider adoption of an ordinance and a program regarding maintenance of news racks. Let's get this done this year. I mean, I think and maybe it's just me, it seems like it should be a simple thing, and they're so distressing that the negative seems to far outweigh the energy to make them better. And I'm not sure how to do that. I know we have to have them because of First Amendment rights or something, but can we move that to high priority for this year, getting our news racks?
Yeah, that would be great. Maybe staff could tell us about any progress or the challenges in this area, if anyone has looked into it yet.
It's a staff capacity issue, really.
Okay.
We can reprioritize and readdress. I think we benefit from having some additional internships right now that could be assisting with that. I think it may also benefit from a review of our ordinance language.
Okay.
To see if there's anything that may be stale there.
Okay.
We have made some progress. If you look around the block that includes Little Star Pizza, and Hirsch was a lead in working with the property owner there to make some significant changes and remove broken newspaper receptacles and replace them around the corner. So we do have some contacts. Some of these folks are just missing in action as well. So it's more of a project than we would have wanted.
You know, maybe what we need more than anything is kind of a model. I was hoping that we could use El Cerrito because theirs looked great, but they were new, and now they're deteriorating. They're going down the same path. So,
you know, I wonder if this degeneration is in part related to the fact that written papers are going away.
Yep.
So,
There's nobody has a financial motive to keep these nice and clean and
Yeah.
usable. Yeah.
Well, I think to you, Mala, that maybe you could research how many we have. I mean, I've been told that we have to have them, but maybe we only have to have one, or very, very few, just, because there are some that are fairly well kept, and that's fine. But maybe we don't need one on every other block or whatever.
Well, I'll just point out from doing Blue Glove Crew that especially on San Pablo, some of the bolt-on ones are just full of litter. Some person uses them for garbage cans. And so there's a question, I would like to get rid of all the bolt-down ones, and if we can replace them with ones that are portable. But yeah, my impression is there are some legal issues which we should clear up, but and that's it.
I'm very supportive of this item. I've certainly heard from the business community about generally the attractive atmosphere and keeping an attractive atmosphere. And if my fellow council members are in agreement, I'd say that if staff wants to make a call about, or wants to bring to us the deprioritization of other items and prioritize this a little higher, I'd be receptive to that. What do my fellow council members think?
Yeah, I would agree with that. One problem we seem to face, and it's pretty intractable, is that we can always get grants to put up new stuff, but nobody gives us grants to maintain old stuff. And so there's kind of a built-in bias to just putting stuff up and then letting it deteriorate over time. And I don't know what you do about that, but it's, something else to think about.
Yeah, it certainly is a very valid point. Okay, enough said about that for now. Moving on to objective, no, I'm sorry. Do we have 5 goals or 4? 5, okay, I miscounted. So we're on to our 5th, this is the 5th and final goal. Facilitate government accountability. Objective 1, sound and transparent management of city financial resources. This is pretty well fleshed out. In fact, it takes up 2 pages. Any comments on this? I think it's an important item.
Yeah, I have a question. It's been about 10 years now since the GASB requirements required that we start recording assets and booking assets. Is there anything like that going forward that we're going to have to worry about? Any GASB changes that are going to be a big headache for us? That elicited a smile, which I hope is good news.
There are a lot of GASB requirements. Our senior accountant is taking a 4-hour training on just the new ones that are coming out this year, I think tomorrow. So there are constantly new GASB requirements, whether they relate to assets or pensions or any number of things. So yes, there's lots of them.
Okay, and we're going to stay on top of that.
Yes. And
Okay.
our auditors also help with that. They help us go through and say, these are the things that are coming up. This is how you're going to handle them. And, we try to address that with them. We have a plan right now to have them, our current auditors, the new ones, come in probably May or beginning of June to talk about, here are the new things that are coming up for this end of year. Here's how you need to prepare for them to make sure that we're, on track for everything the end of 2020.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, council member. Anyone else on this item? Again, we've got a lot of stuff to do here, so. And then objective 2 is a lot smaller, enhance communication and transparency programs. I think maybe something that I think staff has already mentioned to us, I don't know that we need to have this as a work plan item, as it's probably already underway, is that we are considering repurposing the activity guide. Not repurposing, but maybe adding more city news instead of just activities to that. And I would strongly support that.
CMAC, Community Media Access Commission, its status has been a little bit in flux over the last few years. Are we pretty solid now about where they're at? And I mean, they do devote a lot of their energy to the film festival. And, you know, we've talked about sort of rearranging that in the past. Where are we at on that?
As far as I have been informed from the staff liaison, everything is fine with that committee. They're engaged and active and supportive, and yes, one of their primary responsibilities is volunteering with the film festival. I believe they meet fairly infrequently. I need to double check, but I think it might be quarterly, so it's not a major obligation.
Okay, moving on then to objective 3, if that's all right. Page 23, assure rates of revenue sources are kept current, the revenues are collected, and Albany is informed of funding mechanisms in use in other California cities. And I think we actually have another item on the agenda that will speak to this as well. But any comments, other comments from council members?
I'll just say one thing, that I think we're doing a lot of good work, but I'd like to see us have a more robust thought into, Michael talked earlier about visioning for the next 5 years, but what are our capital needs? What are our facility needs over the next 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20 years, and how are we going to fund them? I think we need to make sure that that's somewhere incorporated in what we're doing. I don't think it's necessarily a separate item, but just put a little more emphasis on it. And I would also like us to move the potential work plan addition of the municipal electronic billboard into a work plan item, simply to explore what the possibilities are. It's money is, I think, I'm going to quote you a little bit, it's money sitting on the table that we could pick up. And I think it's worth looking at. I'm not saying we need to do it, but I think it's worth exploring what it would mean, what the trade-offs are, what we could get rid of. I'd like to see it be part of our work plan items.
I'd be okay with that. Other council members? Yeah.
I'm fine with exploring the financial possibilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
The political ones.
Well, once we have the financial ones, then we can see what we want to do.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move that from potential to regular item. Great. And at page 23, if there's no other comments, that's the end.
I would just like to thank staff for all their work, both on updating this, but in all the work you did over the years so you could fill in the box.
Agreed.
You know, I was just thinking, this is our strategic plan, and we design it, and we tell you to go do it. It should be your strategic plan, maybe. But anyway, I do appreciate all the work that's gone into this, both this year and in the past, and in the future. So thank you.
Yes, ditto, thank you. But I now remember going back to what you said about the capital improvements. We do get a yearly review of the capital improvement plan, do we not? Okay.
Usually more than once a year.
Okay.
And I'm not just thinking of capital improvement plan. I'm thinking of, this building is stressed. We don't know. Staff doesn't really have enough room in this building. What are we going to do in 10 years? What are we going to do in 20 years? In 10 years, we can't go, oh, I guess we need a new city hall. We need to be thinking about that now and how we're going to have the funding to do that in the future.
Okay.
Especially as we grow more dense and we have a growing population, if things work as we hope that they do, we're going to have more to accommodate. And I'd like to add a comment that I really think this format works well. This is a huge improvement on the old Excel spreadsheet, and I think it was Sid who put this together last year, right? But just the format is so much more user-friendly than the old one. It's much appreciated.
I had that comment too. And I think, Nicole, you get some credit for this too, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, what's that? Yes. So now, thank you for your patience, public, and if anyone from the public would like to speak on any of these strategic plan items, please come to the podium. Anyone?
Hi, Jim Ballot again. I spent a lot of time with homeless people, and I was distressed by something Rochelle said. It seemed to me that she was saying we should build shelters to enable ourselves to enforce anti-camping laws. It's a Potemkin shelter. I don't think we should do that. I think we should.
I'm sorry, what?
I call it a Potemkin shelter.
Potemkin shelter, okay.
But if we're going to put any money into shelters, which I largely think is wasted money, when we should be putting money into housing, that we should work very closely with the people who would be using these shelters to make sure that we're providing something that will be used and will be of service to people, rather than building something just so we can kick people off the streets. In terms of casual racism, we talked a little bit about the pot dispensary, and I remember that when medical marijuana was current, that there were regulations for a dispensary at Albany, and it excluded anybody from Contra Costa County. And that, I felt like that was a racist action, and I don't think we should have laws like that. Isn't that true?
I don't think that's true.
I thought the conditions for an Albany dispensary were Alameda County only.
I'm not sure, but.
That has since been.
Well, we never
taken off the books.
we never ended up with one because the restrictions were more than anybody wanted to face. But one more thing, the dog park amenities, I'd love to see moving forward on that. We go to Remington Park in Sausalito sometimes. I think that would be an excellent model for anybody looking into that. They have double dog doors so your dog can't escape into the street. They have benches donated by the community, and they have people, little plaques on the benches who donated to the benches. And they have a way to pick up the dog poop and put it into plastic buckets without using a plastic bag, which we should emulate. Thank you very much.
That was Remington Park in Sausalito? Thank you. Yes,
Since
please.
this is a work session, we can respond, right?
I think it's appropriate to ask clarifying questions, and I think that after the public is spoken, we can respond to the public.
Okay.
But I'd caution against a dialogue.
Yep.
Thank you. Please.
Margie Marks. I agree with the other speakers, what they all said about the affordable housing and needing more affordable housing in Albany, so I'm not going to repeat that. But as someone who is working on this aging in place for the city, I think one of the things I'd like to see happen fairly soon is training for all the boards and commissions on how things affect seniors, what any changes that they're making in infrastructure or whatever, how does it affect the seniors in our community? And I think, we need to start with that. There's a lot of things we can do, but it would be helpful if people started taking into consideration, how does this affect the senior population? It's growing. They think it's going to double very soon. So I'd just like you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no more members of the public, I'll bring it back to council for final remarks.
I'd like to make a comment about the shelter comment, because we did build a shelter in connection with the resolution of the encampment on the bulb. And that was a Potemkin shelter. We knew that nobody was going to use it. And the representation for the homeless community knew that nobody was going to use it. And we did try to persuade them to work with us to do something that would be helpful to the people living on the bulb. And it was their unwillingness to work with us on finding a good expenditure plan that forced us to do that Potemkin shelter. I don't have any interest in ever doing, in spending municipal funding on facilities that are not going to be used. We need to be very responsive to what actually works for people. On the other hand, we cannot wait at $700,000 a pop, more than $1 million a pop in Berkeley to build housing. We have people living in utterly unacceptable situations. A woman was badly burned in a tent at the Seabreeze. It may very well have been one of the people who was lighting candles and setting tents on fire next to Cordonices Creek, which is now fenced off. But, $700,000 can go a long way to help a lot of people who are in desperate and immediate need. I'm not saying we don't need housing. We do need housing. But we need working shelter as well. We need accommodations that are acceptable to people who are living on the street to get them out of those tents and out of those dangerous and difficult situations. So that's what I'm talking about. Thanks.
Well, we had closed public comment.
This is good news. After working for 4 years almost with the shower program with the homeless, last year was the first year we saw any of our homeless clients get housed, and they're still housed today in places they can afford. One senior got an apartment for 1 bedroom for $52 a month in Berkeley. I mean, this is it's like a positive thing that I see. There's just a few of them, but they're getting housed and they're staying housed, which I had never seen in Albany before in this 4-year period. If they got housed, it wasn't acceptable housing for them, and they moved out of it immediately. So it's a good thing. I just want to say, I think it's a really positive thing, and I'm really happy about it.
Thank you for that positive note, and I'll just say that I'm so appreciative that the school donates the use of the pool and that we have wonderful volunteers in the community who are willing to run that shower program. It's
I have to say something. The school district does not donate the time. The Albany Community Foundation pays $3 per shower, which they're happy to do. And it's wonderful the school district, we do have a partnership with the school district, but I think to say they donate it is incorrect.
And thank you. And thank you to the Albany Community Foundation as well then.
A lot of money for that.
I did not know that, so thank you for that clarification. Okay, last words. Strategic plan. Otherwise, full speed ahead.
Lots of work to do.
Lots of work to do.
Get it done.
Yeah. And I think at this point would be good to take a break. Let's try to reconvene at 5 to the hour, 5 to 3, and continue.
The camera's not on yet.
I'm going to call us back to order. I went over my time a little bit. Sorry about that. But I'll call this meeting back to order, and we have completed agenda item 4, and we are on to council rules and procedure and policies. Do you have a little staff report about that, or?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. The council rules of procedure and order and council policies are a guiding document for the council and the public at large and staff to outline the decorum and conduct of meetings, the roles and responsibilities of mayor and council members, the administration of meetings, as well as a number of policies, and those continue to grow over time as we evolve and adapt to new requirements. Some things that we've shortlisted here in the draft edit attached to your staff report, very brief in nature for this round. This is certainly not all-inclusive, of course, and you have a list of things on your agenda here that you could entertain discussion on to develop policy. But the draft changes, at least at the staff level for council consideration, are in underlined text on pages 4 and 7 of the actual policy document. The first one is specifically adding some clarifying language in terms of the mayor's ability to hold this particular meeting, actually, a work session at the beginning of each year. And then on page 7, it's a very minor addition, just to take the guesswork out of it, that the city manager is to coordinate with the mayor on preparation of agendas.
Any questions from council?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. When would you like that?
If there are no questions, then we'll go. Is there any public comment on this item, rules and procedures? Seeing none, let's come back to comments.
Okay, so on page 4, the mayor shall have the ability to reschedule a meeting for the purpose of holding an annual work session retreat, which may replace the regular meeting of the city council. I would prefer that we just codified that to say something like the first meeting in January will be a work-study session, a work/study session, or something to that effect, rather than having it a possibility. Let's just do it. The reason we don't usually meet the first Monday in January is due to the winter holidays. Staff hasn't really had time to do preparation. We haven't had time to do preparation. But having this type of a meeting seems to work well. So I would prefer we just codified it.
This language is a little bit more general and would allow for the rescheduling of at any time should we want or need it. But I'm open to either this language or your language. What do the other council members think?
I would, I actually appreciated that we had some flexibility on this because I and my wife went out of town for a few days, and that kind of pushed this to today as opposed to yesterday. And given the flux that we're often in around the holidays and plans and stuff, I would say I would keep it a little more flexible.
Keep the language as is, a little more general.
Keep the language as is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like the flexibility, too. I could imagine a situation where we have a lot of work to do and we really do need a meeting, and we end up doing a work session because it's in the procedures.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess then maybe I'm trying to, with all due respect, and I do mean this respectfully, I'm not sure that the mayor should have the ability to make this choice, and that was kind of why I wanted to codify it, that it was sort of a procedural thing. This is the way we do it. And as far as, I get the flexibility piece, but this is the first meeting in January. It just happens to be when it is. We didn't meet last week, and that's fine, but this is the first time we're meeting.
Would it be helpful to add some language that says by, what would be the wording? That the council normally does schedule a work session retreat for the first get-together in January? And add that, or you would rather just have it more narrow?
Well, I think that's kind of what, I think what you just said is kind of what I'm saying. The first
Right.
meeting in January will be a work-study session.
And I was proposing that we keep the flexibility of this more general language and call out that it's our habit, what's the word I'm looking for? It's our
Tradition?
tradition, yeah, or something like that, to hold a work session in the first meeting in January.
The proposed edit does say annual work session / retreat.
Annual work session, okay.
So I think it,
And it's unlikely we would hold that in any time but January, but if we had to, we could. This language allows us to, so.
Well, how about if we said the city council shall hold an annual work session, study session, whatever you want to call it, which may replace a regular meeting of the city council. That actually gives us maximum flexibility and takes the scheduling piece out of it. Just says the council shall hold.
Rather than have the ability, the council shall hold a meeting. What do other council members think?
I think we did Mala, were you able to compare this, check this for consistency with the charter and the ordinances? Because here's what the charter says. Section 2.04, meetings. The regular meetings of the council shall be held on the first and third Mondays of each month at a time set by resolution or ordinance passed by the city council, except in case Monday is a holiday, in which event the council may select another day for the meeting during that week. So we may actually need to put this on the ballot to change it.
No, it says we can change it by ordinance or resolution. What you just
At a
read.
time, the hour of the day, we can meet at noon, but we
just the
have
time?
to meet on the first and third Mondays, unless Monday is a holiday, in which it can be on another day, but it has to be that same week.
Well,
and I don't mean to throw a wrench into this if, we can do it, but, I'm not against doing it, but I think that we have to be consistent with the charter.
I'd say if there's some doubt and the city attorney hasn't had a chance to review it fully or consult fully about it, I'd say let's bring it back, depending on what she says. Do you feel like you've had time to review this fully, or should we bring it back at another time?
The only comment I was going to make is you can always have special meetings, and you can always cancel a regular meeting for lack of a quorum, which may be an issue in general for that first meeting in January because of the holiday schedule.
Mm.
and you'll see that edit is included in your second underline on page 4. The mayor may also cancel a city council meeting due to lack of quorum, because that wasn't directly expressed in this rule of procedure and order manual. What we don't have in front of us is what the charter is referring to is the resolutions establishing the meeting time and place, and that may add some more information to this item. So if the council would like to wait, we can address that and make sure.
Sure, yeah, just so we make sure we cross all our Ts, et cetera. Let's go ahead and bring this back at a later time. Okay, let's bring back this particular one on page 4, I think.
Okay, I wanted to make a comment on the next paragraph down, which
Okay.
may sort of fit into this, so let me say it, and if not, we can talk about it later. Let me just say it, because I want to. I think it should be the mayor in coordination with the city manager may also cancel a council meeting, not just the mayor. I just think that works a little better.
I'm fine with that.
I don't know if that fits into the charter piece or not, but
Okay. So when we bring it back, we'll make that small addition. Okay. All right, so we'll bring the changes on page 4 back at a later time, but how about the additions, the changes on page 7? Any issues? It's toward the bottom. I think this just codifies what has already been happening. Yeah. I don't see any objection to that, so are there any other questions, concerns, additions, changes to the rules of procedure and order?
I have a question. The staff agenda, the staff report seemed to refer to some items that we're not dealing with, like holiday decor at city facilities. Are we...
Staff didn't dare attempt to put policy language to those. It was really more, this was your brain dump, if you will, from your last council meeting in terms of what should be on your work session agenda here this afternoon. So these are optional discussion items if any of these seem warranting of readdressing or creating new policy language to guide these topics.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's... Yeah, I thank you. I overlooked that. That's on the staff report.
It's on your actual agenda. The committee procedures, the holiday decor,
okay.
Basically anything within this document that interests you that you'd like to.
All right.
Discuss.
Well, let me since that was my item, let me just briefly set that up then, and then also if there's any other changes we want to make. But there had been a misunderstanding at the senior center that resulted in a tree being removed that people expected to be there. My understanding is it had nothing to do with the fact that it was a holiday tree, but it was simply a misunderstanding about a sale that occurred at the senior center. And it brought up for me, what do other cities do in terms of holiday decorations? And we typically have 3 major celebrations that I know of, or maybe 4: Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and perhaps pagan celebrations of the solstice. But, you know, does it make sense to celebrate all 4 or recognize that there might be other celebrations? Should we have any holiday decor at all? Is there such a thing as generic holiday decor? And when I started asking people about it, I got kind of crazy looks, and I realized that I was probably overthinking it a bit too much. So I just wanted to be very, inclusive and mindful of the issue since the tree issue had occurred. But in my mind, I'm not asking for any changes at this time to what we do, or that we even address it at all. So that's how this came up. But I'm not asking for anything. But since I brought it up, do the other council members have any comments?
Well, we do treat the senior center a little different from the rest of the city. We didn't fly the rainbow flag at the senior center when we decided to fly it everywhere else in the city. So, we're kind of perhaps deferring to the sensibilities of folks there. My preference would be just not touch this with a 10-foot pole. We just don't, the city doesn't need holiday decor. The senior center doesn't need holiday decor, but, if people have it and they want it, my inclination is to let it go. Ray Anderson always brought a tree to the city center, and I guess one year they put a menorah on it, which was not a good idea. I'm happy to let it go as long as it's confined to the senior center.
I want to make 2 comments about that. First of all, the rainbow flag, I believe, was flown in three places, not everywhere in the city. There were city buildings who did not fly the rainbow flag, not that they didn't want to. We simply had 3 flags. And I regarding the tree actually, I think the tree was at the Freedom Shrine with the menorah, and I know there was at least one city staff person who was really grateful that her religion was recognized. So there's no right answer to this. And it's fine to say we don't want to talk about it, except we're talking about it. But that's, I think, all I want to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
I don't think mixing religious symbols is a good idea. You can offend the people who take the religion really seriously. But, and you know, a lot of Christians don't really want Christmas to be turned secular the way that New Year's Day is secular these days. So, you know, you have all different kinds of perspectives on this. I think minimizing it as much as possible, but not hurting the feelings of the people at the senior center is also worth taking into consideration.
Okay, any other comments about that? Then, if not, then moving on to any final comments about the rules and procedures. And if we, so I think what we decided is we'll bring the changes on page 4 back at a later time. Does anyone want to move this item with the changes on page 7? Oh, I'm sorry, didn't I ask for public comment already? If I didn't ask for public comment, please.
Not since the Christmas thing came up.
Yeah. The Christmas thing. I'm a senior. I'd be happy with the rainbow flag. But I really think that the city needs one policy and not a senior center policy and a community center policy and a freedom, whatever that is, policy. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I just second Sue's comments.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Now we've brought it back, we've done public comment, brought it back to council. Motion from anyone?
Do we need motions? No.
I will return with an updated information on the changes on the page 4 and bring that back to you at a regular meeting.
Okay, so we can approve the whole thing at the same time. Okay, that's fine. All right. So that was agenda item, shoot. It was not agenda item, shoot. It was agenda item 5, and I'm just looking for my second page. There we go. So moving on to item 6. So staff has informed me that there are changes coming up soon, or potential changes to SB 50. It's going to a committee hearing, is that right, within the next week or so?
January 24th. I did double check the dates.
Oh, okay.
I do have a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, so potentially has changes on January 24th. We could talk about this now, or we could defer it until after that hearing, or we could decide to speak just quickly about it and move on, or drop it from the agenda. Any wishes from the council?
The 24th is Portantino's Appropriations Committee, right?
Yeah, Appropriations Committee.
What's the purpose of, are we preparing to either oppose it or support it, or I'm not sure why it's on the
I believe so. I believe I'm not sure which council member recommended putting this
I think
on.
I did.
Okay.
And the idea was, you know, we opposed SB 50. We softened the language that was recommended, the pretty harsh language from the League of California Cities, but we did oppose it. And so I was just saying, if we want to change our stance on it in light of the amended approach, then we probably should consider it pretty soon, because it's thought to be moving very quickly.
It does seem to be an important piece of potential legislation being talked about. I believe we did approve the letter. We didn't. We opposed it unless amended. If I'm with certain, or was it outright opposition?
It was outright opposition, but with less harsh language than originally proposed.
I am looking at the League of California website right now. I'm not sure they've taken an official stance yet.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I thought I recalled that we opposed unless amended, but I do not know.
That was my impression. I think that's what I would have voted for if I had voted for that. This is in such a state of play right now. Perhaps before we oppose or support, we should see, what the sausage looks like, once it comes out of the maker. So.
Let me ask you this, though. Let me do a little bit of a straw poll, if you will. Have any council members, have they changed their mind about SB 50 in its current incarnation? Have they, have the amendments that have been done so far changed their mind? Any big changes of opinion?
Well, I haven't followed it completely, but I would say it is a little more city-friendly in the sense that it allows us a little more ability to decide where housing is going, et cetera. My concern about it is that it for a city the size of us, of Albany, it may be less staff-friendly in terms of requiring, looking at all the things you're going to have to be looking at. And I guess I'm a little confused at this point, although maybe somebody can explain it to me how this is going to work with our RENA requirements.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it completely coordinates with those.
And thank you, Councilmember Moss. Actually, let's pause for a second because staff was going to give at least a brief update. So let's let Jeff speak to that and whatever else he wants to say.
So I prepared for today, if you would like, a overview of the bill. I can't say that it's brief.
Okay.
It's a very complicated piece of legislation, and I'm mindful of the other things you have on your agenda today. So, and it may change, and we can also take it to a future council meeting. For example, the 21st is would be before action, I guess, by the Senate Appropriations Committee. So to directly answer your question, Councilmember Moss, it isn't coordinated with the RENA process. So that's one of the challenges with this legislation is if it were to pass and the city were to exercise the authority that's been proposed to do our own little kind of modified planning process, it would be under the same time frame as we would be preparing our housing element, which I think would overload us. And I'd really have to think through whether that's at all feasible for us to be able to do those two things and everything else at the same time.
So looking at the agenda, we have some, I feel important other items on the agenda, and we are supposed to end by 5, although, and I think we do have to end by 5 because another group is coming in to use the room. So would anyone on the council be willing to move that we defer this to, or would it be a general consensus that we could defer this to another meeting so that we could make sure that we can get through the other items?
Sure. Mayor, I just want to point out that the last League of Cities opposition letter was opposed unless amended. That was 5/1/19, and that was just before Portantino's committee, Senate Appropriations, converted this to a 2-year bill. So in some sense, our old letter is still valid. There's nothing yet that has changed so much that would sort of invalidate our old letter, but it wouldn't hurt to send a new one if we felt like if you wanted to do that.
I think I may have mixed up 2 bills. I think that our opposition, I just found our opposition letter to SB 827.
Right.
And we may never have taken a position one way or the other on SB 50.
Yeah.
I do remember that Councilmember Moss and I did want to soften the language at least in our letter, and I'm pretty sure it was not straight opposition at that time.
And while 827 begot SB 50, which is old, is now begetting SB 50 new. It has changed. It's not the same bills.
So could we have it on our agenda for Monday or Tuesday? Or I think that seems to me to make sense.
That would be fine with me. Everyone okay with that?
How long is it? You have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
What's your estimated time it would take? No questions.
With questions, which I would expect you're going to have, it would be 30 or 40 minutes. I don't think you can get through this. I think I have 10 or 15 slides, but
I'm sure it'll bring up things, so we'll want to.
You wouldn't be able to get through this, frankly, without discussion.
Monday's or Tuesday's agenda is light.
That's just a week from today.
We can waste a half an hour discussing if we should do it. My favorite thing.
Just saying, if you'd like to oppose it, then you would, in theory, want the letter to go in before the 24th to see if it dies because it fails to get out of the Senate appropriation.
But on the 21st is before the 24th, so yeah.
I would also point out this is SB 50. This is not a bill that's gone before the Assembly yet. So, it's going to go. We're just talking about that first part, and then it goes to the Assembly. So there's going to be lots of and I'm sure they're going to have lots of opinions on how to do it. And then the governor hasn't committed yet completely. I think he'll sign something. I think he's more progressive in this way than Governor Brown was. But there's still opportunities to work on this.
And we don't have to do anything at all.
And
It's just considered the legislation of the year, if not of the decade. So if people want to weigh in on what's going to happen, I just wanted to make everyone aware.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll discuss.
Well, I'm fine with moving it to the agenda on the 21st, but appropriations, Portantino can kill this bill in appropriations. So and I think that's a very good chance that will happen. So if we want to have really make a difference on this bill, we've got to get something to Senate appropriations before the 24th.
Right.
And then if somehow it survives and goes to the other house,
right,
and we have till the 31st.
Yeah.
We have the 31st, and then it's, basically it has to be on the governor's desk by the 31st.
Okay. Thank you for that. So can we just, by consensus, just say that we'd ask that this be moved to the 21st? We don't need a resolution for that, do we? Yeah, okay.
Let's see if there's brief public comment since we did chat about it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment about this item? Okay, seeing none, thank you. So we'll discuss this next time. Thank you, Jeff. Moving on to next item is the Financial Advisory Committee. Conduct initial discussion regarding the development of a Financial Advisory Committee, the City Council, including potential composition, number of appointees, and committee description. Did you want to speak to this, staff?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. This, again, was an item that the council requested be presented here at your study session, work session, retreat meeting. So we were working on this for the year anyway, so it's very timely. As you know, we will have the transition of the elected city treasurer based on the approval of the charter amendment, and staff is working through that process. As part of that ballot measure language or the arguments in favor, it was also expressed that the council had an interest in developing an advisory body to the City Council regarding financial advisory and oversight. This staff report is a very preliminary overview for you with some big questions in terms of the composition, the charge of that group, the meeting frequency, the basics that you would establish and provide staff direction to for us to develop a resolution to formulate the advisory body, even the name of the advisory body. There are some anomalies thereof. So you'll see on page 2 of the staff report, there are some questions.
Composition and
the composition,
title charge.
title and charge, and meeting frequency. It's rather straightforward in nature, but there are some decisions to make, and we would be happy to establish this group by resolution and return to one of your upcoming regular meetings to have that resolution approved with some direction from the council.
Okay. And the staff report, very helpfully, thank you, includes analysis of the nearby cities and other cities in our area, what they do, what their committees do. It seems like all of the surrounding cities are represented here, and they do have committees, these sorts of committees. So I guess I guess all of our public is gone, so we don't have to worry about public comment at the moment. So first, any questions for the staff?
Do you have a preference among these, about the answers to these questions or among these different models?
There's some suggestions, if you will, in some of these items with regard to composition. It seems to work well to have each council member appoint a representative. As you'll recall, recently with the Economic Development Committee, we sought expertise specific to that advisory body, and I think that would be critically helpful with the specific technical capacity of this group. So that's certainly something to take into consideration. You'll see in the attachment there are a handful or more of cities where it's basically a subcommittee of the council. I don't know how effective that is to your ultimate goal. The meeting frequency, I'm sensitive to because I want to make sure they have a functional agenda and actual work product items. So I don't know that a monthly frequency is absolutely critical at first. If we see that that's of need, we could certainly readjust very simply. But a good approach at first may be quarterly with perhaps some additional meetings during budget season, or if there's a peak with ballot measures or some other financial issue on the table.
Okay. So if there's no more questions, we can open it to, go ahead.
I don't have any questions. I just have comments.
Okay, so let's start our commenting.
I think quarterly is the way to go, and our financial director should slot the quarterly meetings in a place where it's effective for her. Too close to, certain points in the budget cycle, she's got other things to do, too far away, maybe there's not enough data. Now, what I have a concern, it's not really a functional concern, but it's sort of a customary concern, and that is typically when we appoint people to commissions on the council, we don't vote on that person as a whole. We just accept the recommendation of the one council member. So you have kind of a one-to-one process. It is my understanding, and someone please kick me under the table if I'm wrong, that however we have the authority, it's possible that we could all vote to approve a person for this commission or not.
Similar to Planning and Zoning Commission, where the council is to ratify the appointments, you can establish the nomination procedures.
Right, because that's P&Z is a good example because it's quasi-judicial, and you should have people with specific expertise on P&Z because we can get into a lot of trouble if they don't. And I think that's also true for this commission, that we really ought to make sure we have a balanced group of people with the specific expertise that is required, and it may even be, and I'm open to suggestions from other council members, we might want to think about trying to put together this commission as a group, conceive of it as a group and slot in people who with different kinds of expertise, and then have the council vote on the whole group. I don't know, but I think sometimes the one-to-one process that we use now with essentially automatic approval, which we just put on the consent calendar, that might not work, because I think it might be the case that we're going to have to dig a little bit to find people with the kind of expertise we want. And so we just shouldn't in a blanket fashion. I mean, two people who want to approve, two council members who want to approve, two members for this committee on the same, the same city council consent calendar. And it may be if we look at them as a pair and go, well, they're too much alike, or we need a little bit separate expertise. We have sort of a hole in this issue or that, or in this expertise or that expertise. So I think this is going to be, we need to finagle this a little more carefully than we do in some cases. So that's my concern.
I agree with those comments. I think that makes a lot of sense. I'd also say I think for this particular committee, we probably should not have our kind of standing policy of not having city council members attend advisory commission meetings. I think that a lot of the point here is just to provide a lot more information for anyone and everyone who is interested in it, and have these experts kind of going through and asking questions and clarifying what happens more than setting a policy. So I think I would like to go in that direction.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor?
I'm thinking about what Michael said, and I know some cities for all of their advisory bodies interview people that are interested. I wouldn't want to do that for all of our advisory bodies at this point, but I'm sort of wondering if there's a way we could set this up where the five of us do interview all of the potential candidates and kind of talk our way through the five that bring the broadest experience, so that we're appointing 5 people, each individual person isn't appointing one. I'm not sure what that would look like, but I'm kind of wondering if that might be an approach for this particular committee, not for all of them, not for any others, but just this particular committee at this particular time. As we're also, we've never done this. We're sort of trying to figure out how it would work. Is that legally possible? Is that doable?
Yes, I've seen it done before. It would be done in open session.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ramos?
well, starting off, I agree with Councilmember Barnes about the idea of this being a quarterly meeting pattern. I think that would be sufficient, although we might want to add something in there about at least have a meeting before any ballot measures get put on, whether you could make that a lineup with the quarterly meetings or maybe a special meeting. I don't know. That would be a scheduling issue. I think I would agree that we need to have council members appointing committee members. I hear what my fellow council members are saying about wanting to have a broad form of expertise. My biggest concern is that we're going to find 5 people that will volunteer to do this. And so, that might be as much of a limiting factor as anything. But I think we're going to have to, take our chances. There are a few people I can think of that I'd love to appoint to this. Whether they have any interest whatsoever, I have no idea, but, we'll see. But it is important to get people that have some expertise on this. But we should be so lucky as to be able to have so many people we can choose from. We can say, oh, but they're good in this, and they're good in this, and they're,
Right.
we can do that. That'd be great.
Well, I'll say the fact that it's only a quarterly meeting and they're only committing to 4 meetings a year probably makes it easier. On the other hand, it makes it even more important that they are really professionals because, for example, how they say with school kids, you teach them stuff 9 months and over the summer they forget it all. And we ought to, it's going to same thing if you have people who are not pretty skilled in this area. It's going to be hard for them to get up to speed if they're starting all over again with every quarterly meeting because they just don't have the background. Yeah, but still, I think we can beat the bushes and see what we come up with.
So let me make sure I'm understanding what I hear from my fellow council members. Oh, and by the way, addressing the meeting time, we can always set a quarterly meeting cadence and say, or as needed, so that they can add additional meetings. So I'm hearing quarterly schedule is acceptable, each council member appointing one is acceptable, and maybe we just have some, maybe we just have to hash out the interview part, whether or not there'd be an interview process and what would that look like.
I thought we were saying that the council as a whole would appoint 5, rather than we each appoint 1.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure what.
I'm good with
And
that.
I think that's what Michael and I were both.
So I'm sorry, I guess I don't quite understand that. So we'd wait until 5 applications came in and then we'd appoint, or we'd wait until a number of applications came in and then we'd interview all the candidates and then appoint?
Similar to a job interview for a city position, we'd set a deadline. And ideally, we would receive more than 5 applications by that deadline. If we don't, we'll adjust. We're certainly adaptive there. But assuming that we have a handful or more of applications by a deadline that we'll set, in the near term here, once we have some time to promote and do outreach and the council adopts the committee by resolution, the formulation of this committee, we would then put that on one of your agendas, either a special meeting or a regular meeting, for actual interviews with each of the prospective applicants and discussion and appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And we could certainly seek out people to apply.
Sure.
You know, 'cause I think we all have people in the back of our minds, hopefully not the same person, but hopefully we have people.
I think we're all thinking of one white-haired lady, yeah.
No, actually, I'm not. I'm thinking of somebody
okay.
else. Rochelle and I have the same person.
So I would, just off the top of my head occurred to me, would it be amenable to council members if the interview was optional? In other words, we'd have all the applications in front of us, and if people wanted to come and present themselves, they could, but they didn't have to. I'm just thinking of maybe more meeker people who, for whom that might be a barrier.
We don't want to create any barriers. We don't want anybody to fear that they might be embarrassed by an interview kind of setup. We want to just recruit good people and agree among, in public session that, yes, we've got 5 that we want.
So are you saying that you would be amenable to the interviewing being optional, or the presentation, that person presenting themselves being optional?
Yeah.
Well, I think that somebody on the council ought to have some kind of one-to-one, face-to-face coffee or tea or something with the person. I don't want to be appointing people who we've never seen before at all, or total question marks. That could be something very informal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed.
You seem not so on board, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and I think Nicole made the analogy of it being a job interview. I'd be hard-pressed if there were 5 people that came and we asked them questions, we interviewed them in public, and there were 2 people that we had applications. How that would work? Then do we read the applications and go, well, I think this person on paper looks really good, and it just feels really awkward to me that it doesn't feel like exactly a fair playing field in some ways. I'm not sure who's getting the advantage, but it seems like there's a different standard. There's the interview and there's the paper, and they're not exactly the same.
Well, maybe we could, all 5 of us could interview each candidate separately, so they don't have to, well, would this have to be open session?
Yes, if the 5 of you are collectively interviewing, you could create a different process thereof. Note, this would be an advisory body representative, so I hope that they could engage with the public.
Yeah, that occurred to me as well. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if they're too weak.
The other thing that occurs to me, though, if it's an interview process, that could take some time if we have like 12 applicants and we're trying to interview them all. I think maybe just it is handy, it is helpful to be able to ask questions, but maybe rather than an interview style, just a presentation, each person gets 2 minutes to just present their application to the council. What do you think?
Or if we got 100 applicants, we'd have to screen them, right?
Well, I was thinking we could screen them anyway. We could all look at their applications.
Right.
And we could maybe even say, you know, applicant X has no experience whatsoever. I would like to not have them included. And you email and say the same thing. And then you could say, well, the majority of the council doesn't even want to hear from this person. We can take their application out. Could we do that kind of paper screening? As long as we're not talking, we're
No,
just.
that would still be at a public meeting if all 5 of you wanted to.
Right, that would be, we'd have to be careful with Brown Act
Okay,
violations.
but no, wait. If we get an application for the Arts Committee and we get it online and we all read it,
But you're not emailing, I presume.
I'm only emailing Nicole back, or whoever back. I'm not emailing the council.
We don't want to create a collective concurrence where you're emailing Nicole and then she's finding out that at least a majority of the council
Okay.
doesn't want to see candidate X.
Okay.
You know, it might be simpler just using our normal, everybody comes up with a candidate and have them, you know, put into this advisory committee, at least initially, and see how well that works. I mean, I agree, you want people with the right expertise, and hopefully we have a kind of a range of expertise there, but, you know, I still wondering how many applicants we'll get, and perhaps the best thing is that we just, you know, to initially get going here, we get 5 people that have interest in this. And I think by the very fact that they would have interest in it, there's probably a certain amount of expertise in this also, and see how this works. I mean, otherwise, it sounds like all these other things that we're talking about are awfully complicated and could be filled with Brown Act.
I'd say we should either do that or we should do the just presentation mode where we we get all the applications and this is what the school board has done in the past when they do appointees to our bodies, is they invite all those who have applied to come and speak for a couple of minutes to their application, and then the body decides amongst.
Okay, I guess
I'd say one or the other.
All right, my question is, when do we have to decide? Because the process that would work the best depends on whether or not we get 5 applicants or 20. Do we really have to, can we see how many applicants we have first and then decide what the process is?
Yeah, we're anticipating without having all the information. If we were to pursue what Councilmember Moss had recommended, it may work just fine because all of the council receives the applications as they come in. All of the council would be, as you do now with your appointments, would be able to meet or speak with that individual about their respective interest in the group. And we could have it as a ratification of the city council as opposed to an informational item on your consent calendar, or it could be a new business item as well, so that the council collectively can say, yes, these 5 make sense, or I think we need to extend the application period. There could be some variation there if there's an issue with one of the proposed appointees.
So the only difference between that and what we do for the planning and zoning is that I think the recommendation is we do it all at once, all 5 at once. Or we could do it the way we do planning and zoning, it's just as they come up, we can ratify. Okay. Okay. That would be simple as well. Am I seeing head nods for that process? So we just each appoint, but it's a ratification process at the council rather than just informational.
Well, yeah, I would just prefer to keep it flexible. If we have 10 people, you know, I still think there's some value. We do it out of the public view because it's a Brown Act violation, but I think there is some value into the council having some back and forth on the composition of this board as a whole and being able to look at the group as a whole. We can't do that by email. So I think, you know, again, it kind of depends on how many people we get to apply as to which process we use. So I'm fine with whatever, but I think let's just
Okay.
My recommendation is that let's have some flex.
So I'm hearing you're fine with starting out with this same process we use for planning and zoning, and then we can adjust if we need to. Okay? All right.
So staff will return with a resolution establishing this advisory body.
Okay.
And might be able to get that on for the 21st. I have the quarterly meetings or as needed, the name of the advisory body.
Okay. So the name.
Financial Advisory Committee. It's a committee, not a commission, right?
Ideally, yes.
Can you explain the difference again, please?
It's wordsmithing, really, but a committee is more hands-on in my experience, and I believe that this group would be not necessarily setting policy, but advising the council on policy, and the policy of fiduciary responsibilities should rest with the council.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Planning and Zoning Commission
Right.
has more
because they're
autonomy.
quasi-judicial, yes.
Financial Advisory Committee was your recommendation.
Right. I thought that was.
Well,
We okay with that?
certainly Dublin has the coolest one, the Financial Sustainability Task Force.
What is that?
Okay.
And
How
what,
about generational justice?
Well, and they're ad hoc, too.
And they're ad hoc also.
Okay, but sounds like there's consensus for Financial Advisory Committee. Okay, very good. That takes care of that. And then those are the two items, right? Composition.
As
and
part of the
title.
resolution, we will refine the charge of that group so the council can look at that in a more clean format to make sure we've included all the bits and pieces.
All right. All right, thank you very much. So I think we can move on from that agenda item then and go to item 8, 2020 ballot measures. Staff, please.
Okay, here we go. So ballot measures, in the staff report, we had great assistance from Heather, who's next to me here, who I will lean on for some of this if you want to get into more numbers and comparatives. This, again, is a high-level overview because this is a work session, if you will. At this point in time, I'm not aware of any proposed charter amendments. As you know, we do have a charter review committee. If the council is finding the need for an amendment to the charter, we could, as you currently have established, call them to order to meet on that. In terms of revenue measures, what we are inclined to encourage the council to consider is substantiating our general fund. And I think that we've had a number of discussions about why. Typically, as you see in the staff report here, the conversation starts quickly towards long-term obligations for CalPERS. And that is not something that we can necessarily have much management over besides the obligations that are given to us. That is expressed here in the staff report a bit. We have two potential revenue sources that the council may want to consider as more approachable in the short term here. One is the possibility of updating our transfer tax. And we have included a comparison chart in your staff report to see where Albany lies with the other jurisdictions. You'll see that we're not necessarily the front runner there, and there could be some opportunities for change. The other item that is included in the staff report for council consideration is our EMS and ALS tax measures. These are basically both for emergency services, ambulance services. Currently, the general fund operates at a deficit. To provide a substantial allocation to this fund, increasing the parcel tax could help stabilize the general fund, minimize that transfer in. I should note, as we do with any budget discussion, that we are operating in a deficit. And that certainly is of concern. We are doing a number of things to aggressively, proactively work towards minimizing that deficit. But again, this discussion on potential revenue measures is critical to that overall deficit and how we address it moving forward. Moving in a little more depth into your staff report, We also have a discussion on public works and infrastructure, and I know that's come up a number of times. Mark is here as well. He could certainly get into any level of detail that you'd like on this. In a nutshell, sewer is through a fee structure, and that would not necessarily be inclined to be on a ballot. Streets and roads, we do have a number of funding sources through ACTC, which we currently have a fund balance in those funds. Those need to be spent down ideally, before we are considering asking for more funding. We also have a plan, which we could provide, if you'd like here, to address how we'll be spending those funds down proactively. Storm drain is another of the major infrastructure needs within Public Works. We have both a fee and a parcel tax, Measure F, as expressed a couple of times in your staff report for a number of infrastructure items. The fee would be subject to a protest hearing type process. That's something that is not necessarily a general election ballot, so that could be a separate process. It's rather complex, but it's definitely something we will be looking into. Other than that, again, Heather can walk through some concept ideas with regard to the transfer tax and what that could look like on the ballot, as well as a change to the EMS ALS parcel tax. Again, this is not all-inclusive. These are simply things that seemed more straightforward to address in this current ballot. The question for council that may also come up, if you are entertaining possible tax measures or ballot measures, revenue measures on this ballot, is whether or not you would like polling service. We've done that in the past using God-Be services. It's been helpful in creating new taxes, I would say, more than anything, to help you pick what that number, that comfortable number is for the voter. With updating taxes, it may not be as essential, but we're certainly still in a time frame that we could engage for those services if they're of interest.
Okay, so let me review the items. There's two proposed taxes, or two for discussion, and one is the transfer tax, which would be proposed to be a general tax, correct? Which only needs the 50% and would go to the general fund. And the ALS tax, sorry, I got a little lost in there. Is that a renewal or an upping of the tax rate?
So this is two separate parcel taxes, actually.
Okay.
The EMS came first and the ALS came second.
Mm-hmm.
It would be updating one of these. So they are in perpetuity, but it would be an increase to the overall tax rate.
Okay. For one of them.
Or likely for the ALS, as that
Okay.
came second, and that's the advanced life support, so that our ambulances do more than just transport.
And these are specific taxes and would require the 2/3 threshold. So, okay. And that's the basis. And then, sorry, were you done with your report, Nicole? Okay. And then we did have an attachment, an email from Councilmember Nason, a note that we are in compliance with regards to the ACTC, with regards to Measure B and BB financials. And I will try to remind staff to update all their material, ACTC staff to update their materials accordingly. And was there anything more you wanted to say about that item?
Just,
Remember?
you know, that two things we have to keep in mind that I think are kind of loom over us. And one is we've been collecting taxes and not accounting for them. And now we're going to do that. I think March, we're talking about getting audited financials in March to bring us up to date. But I think it's a little premature to be talking about new taxes until we actually have that information and can evaluate with some assurance where we really are. The other piece of it, we don't have any audited financial information for any period past June 30th of 2016. So we're 3 years. We're 3 years behind. And I think we should get that in hand before we take up additional taxation. Also, I think it's important to realize we are in the bottom 3 on our paving condition index. We're with Berkeley and Oakland. And our town, we don't really have an industrial district. That's where you find your worst roads. And we don't have a hill district. And that's where you find these roads that are paved like paved trails more than they are real roads with curbs and gutters. So we almost certainly have the worst residential streets in Alameda County if you're just looking at the relatively flat curb and gutter residential streets. I think we need to look at this really closely. I think we need a plan for improving our infrastructure. And you've heard me many times talk about the lighting, which is, I think, is a really significant issue. I'm very reluctant to jump into a discussion of new taxation to bolster the general fund's ability to pay past pension obligations without a bigger picture understanding of all of our deficits and all of our deferred maintenance, those are effectively debts, because somebody's going to have to pay to fix them eventually. So personally, I do feel all of this is a little premature. We need a lot more information, both about our finances. We need to bring our finances up to date, and we also need to bring our inventory of our infrastructure assets and our deficits up to date before we go in this direction.
So I should have been clear. I was first just asking you if there's anything more you wanted to say about this particular letter about Measure B and BB. Thank you for your...
That's what it was about.
Okay.
That's what it was about, because we are failing to meet our obligations under B and BB. We have met the obligation.
Failed, but we are now.
No.
We're now in compliance.
No, we are not in compliance. We are in compliance with the requirement to submit audited financials for the B and BB money we have received. We're in compliance with that piece of it. But we are also required to meet a certain level of paving condition index, and we are out of compliance with that.
Okay. So given that, so when you said we are collecting taxes, not accounting for them, that's what you meant, is what your
I mean, our financial reporting is 3 years behind. And we are hearing that in 6 weeks, we're going to be caught up. And I, believe it, but I've been hearing it for the last year and a half. I feel like I have to have it in hand before I can say, we have these.
Okay, no, I think I understand. I just want to be clear, though, that when the CAFR updates come out, we will be up to date. We will be in, we won't be in compliance with the pavement, but we will be in compliance with our financial reporting.
We will be up to date on our financial reporting. Yeah.
Okay, and that is not that long away, not too far away.
Well, that's what we're being told, but I mean, you have to see it from where I'm coming from. I've been asking for it for a year and a half.
Right.
And it's always been about to be produced, and I just feel we should actually have it in hand.
Okay, understood.
We go in this direction.
Understood. I think we hear you. So bringing it back to the taxes, the council member has stated her opinion that we should not move forward, but we do have this agenda item with a lot of staff information for us to discuss. I'd like to hear from other council members what they think of these tax proposals.
Well, I think we should discuss. We're here, and we won't have another meeting like this for another year, and I think that's too late.
Okay.
I don't see the harm of talking about stuff.
We absolutely can. This is certainly your discretion to discuss these, and so if you would like to, let's certainly do. And let me just change it up a little bit and ask Council Member or Vice Mayor to McQuaid to speak first, if she's ready.
Yeah, I'm fine to at least make some high-level comments and recommendations. Certainly, we're not going to come back with the ballot language to the next meeting. The pension thing just hangs over our head, and there's nothing we can do about it except figure out how to pay for it. So I definitely think moving the transfer tax, increasing the transfer tax is important. I was kind of curious as to why it failed the last time. So I went back and, if you don't throw anything away, you have a lot of records in your file cabinets at home. And I 2008, I think, was when it was on the ballot. It was kind of the start of the recession. Interesting time in the city. I think there was a lot of conflict. I think maybe people were like, yeah, we're not giving them any money. We had just passed, I am proud to say, we had just passed the pool bond in February. So there was a substantial increase there. So I think, all of those things together are probably why it didn't pass, and there probably wasn't a whole lot of work done on it. So, because at first I was a little concerned that, it didn't pass, that's not a good sign, but, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I do kind of like option 2. The other thing was it went from 1150 to 14. Just there were only 2 parts to it. It didn't have the 3 steps, which I think is probably good. So yeah, I think looking at it, I could support option 2. I am curious about the ALS EMS. There doesn't seem to be a staff recommendation, or did I miss it? And has there ever been thought of combining those 2 and having 1 tax, and how that would look?
That's a great question, and it's something we'll look into. Again, this is pretty high level, but in terms of synthesizing an update, if we were to do that for this upcoming ballot, it's a number that we're looking at more than anything right now in terms of how to, again, offset the existing deficit in our budget. And so that's where we're looking at this parcel tax in particular. So yes, we would certainly work with legal staff in terms of how the most straightforward way to update this parcel tax, and if it's combining them into one or managing some variation.
You don't want to make it so complicated that people just throw up their hands and go, I don't know what this is. So I guess those are my 2 comments. I would like to talk a little, or to hear a little bit more about the PCI. I had a thought yesterday driving down, actually Masonic, and I thought, is part of the problem that we keep fixing things underground, and so we keep digging up our streets, and so we're not, as we pave some streets, we dig up other streets, and therefore we're not moving that forward? Is that part of the problem?
So there's a number of things in lining out a plan for the paving, and part of that is getting the below-grade infrastructure up to snuff. And we've spent the last couple of years, I don't know if you recall, we were a couple of years behind on our sewer consent decree work. So we've spent an incredible amount of effort to get that pipe in the ground to allow us to go do the paving. And that was considerable constraint. We are now caught up, and we're close to meeting our current year requirements for sewer, so that's good. And in my opinion, I want to accelerate that work, because the quicker we get done, the less sort of, it's this weird game of Tetris of trying to plan out your paving, because you have a set schedule for your sewer. East Bay Med calls up and says they're doing 15,000 feet of pipe in the city. So we're trying to get all these different requirements and mesh them into a plan. I did send out a presentation that we presented to Traffic and Safety back in July, and that did two things. We were trying to do some long-term planning in terms of where we are trending with PCI, and then line out the work we're doing in the short term, and that's work that we've completed the sewer work at this point. We don't think there are other utility projects that will conflict with it, so we're trying to do both things. And I think what I wanted to do, and then concurrent with that, we got a grant from MTC to do another PTAP report. So in my thought is, when we do the update to the capital plan this spring, we're going to be in a good position to have good data from the street saver that everyone agrees with. It will have a good sense of what streets we can work on, and then we can really chart out where we want to be and really have a sense of what the costs will be to achieve PCI points. And so what I tried to do I don't know if you remember this figure, project out over a 10-year time horizon where we will be under our current funding, and then have a couple scenarios saying, well, if we add 20% more, we get up to this category, 30% more, we get to a different category. So that'll give you some options, and then we'll have a sense where we are financially and how to best get to that point.
As long as you're up there, if I might ask a few questions. One, when was the last data collected for the current PCI number?
So there's a couple of numbers. In our, I think the MTC has us around 59 right now, or a little lower than that. We use 53 in our report right now. The PTAP report that's coming out later this month, it will be based on a survey of the streets that occurred, I think, in June. And that took into account also the work we had in play. So we did a slurry seal project and Cape Seal project. So they had those streets, and to the extent the work wasn't done, they made they could do a calculation of what the impact of that would be.
So that update will be coming when exactly?
That'll be the end of this month.
End of this month, okay, great. My anecdotal, now I'm someone who, I feel like I'm someone who knows certain streets even better than someone driving a car does, because I have to bicycle them. And there's two streets that really give me pause. One is Solano at the intersection of Key Route, and then Washington, which I think everyone Washington, the eastern part of Washington, I think everyone agrees knows is falling apart. Other than that, my impression, and of course I don't want to rely on my impression, but my impression is that we're not that bad. That looking at that number, I feel like we'd have a lot more deteriorated streets. Now, given that's just my impression, do you have a professional opinion about whether that 53 or 59 number is accurate, or if it's accurate right now, given all the slurry sealing and everything we did?
So I would look at the number that comes out in the PTAP report as the most accurate number, the accurate reflection.
So you want to wait for that, because that's going to be the most up-to-date and reflective of the latest projects.
And that number will be, so this is a MTC funded, and they actually provide the consultant too. So that work will be folded into the street saver that gets published on their website. So when that's done, that will be the newest updated number. And I think one of the problems we had is, I think the last time we did a PTAP report it was before I got here, maybe 2014, 15. And so they use projections to project decay, and sometimes that's in alignment, sometimes it's not. So again, this was a complete survey of all our streets, had a quality control process that it went through. Whenever I think whenever a street had a more than a 5-point increase or decrease, they went out and resurveyed it just to make sure they got it right. So there's always going to be variances, but this will be the best data point we have.
Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to seeing that data and that number. As long as Mark is up there, any other questions for Mark from the council members?
I was just going to mention that the PCI is a 3-year rolling average. So it's, if you were improving quickly, you wouldn't move up so fast, but we're moving down.
Right.
We've gone down, I think, from 59 to 57, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and I think that's been a function of not completing projects. Like in sewer, you miss a year of a project, and now your 3-year average stays the same. So presumably a good year drops off, and you get a bad year, and so your average goes down.
And they set these numbers, the idea, we're in the at-risk category. And the problem, when you fall below a certain level, it's like not changing the oil in your car. You know, your streets begin to deteriorate more quickly, and so you're running up your deficit, in a sense, unnecessarily, because, you know, if you would fix it, it could last longer.
Right.
So that's the at-risk category that Berkeley, Oakland, and Albany are all in, and that we should be shooting to get ourselves out of.
You know, I think in the presentation, there's a graphic showing a curve that relates PCI with cost of repair, and there is an inflection point when you get to a certain level that it costs much, much more to bring a bad street up to good than it is to keep good streets good.
Right, right. That makes sense. Okay, thank you, Mark. So I think you gave your remarks. And Pete, Councilmember Moss.
Okay. You know, went through this several times, and I'm not sure I'm totally have my mind wrapped around which of these particular revenue measures would be the best ones to pursue and at what level. I would hesitate trying to get our transfer tax up to a level that's well beyond some of the surrounding communities. Also, one of the things that occurred to me is that the chart that we were looking at comparative to other cities, the transfer tax is one part of the revenue, but it's only one part of the revenue for any particular city. So to say that this city has high transfer taxes, well, maybe that's what they're really dependent on. San Leandro, I noticed, was something like $6 per thousand, so they're very low comparative. But then again, they have a lot of industry in San Leandro, so they may be having so they don't need to burden their residents with higher transfer taxes. So I think in general, I'm probably inclined to say if we're going to increase our transfer taxes, I would increase it more on the low end. Although one of the at one point it talks one of the, let's see if I can find it here.
You mean when you say increase it on the low end, you mean don't increase it that much? Don't
increase it that much. I mean, one of the options is to keep the same transfer tax for property between 0 and 500,000. I guess there are some condos that might be going for 500,000, but there's not much in Albany, so that's going to have very little effect. But then to put it all on $1 million properties, I understand the equity of that, but I also just the politics of it is I don't know if that'll be so easily to pass, and I guess polling will tell us that. But I'm not sure I'd be on the forefront on that. I'm still not quite sure I understand the ALS EMS tax situation, so I'll hold off on that one. And then for infrastructure, my only comment is only thing right now is a comment. We actually, my wife and I spent the last weekend and 2 days before in New Orleans. And New Orleans, the streets make our streets look like, beautiful, top grade highways everywhere. So it is a relative thing, and life hasn't fallen apart there, but certainly their streets and sidewalks have.
That's a different issue.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
All right. Councilmember Barnes.
If ever I saw one.
Okay, what's the drop dead date for filing an initiative for November 2020, isn't it? In July?
Yeah.
Okay. Has CalPERS given us any schedule? Typically, I think correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is they are making more and more realistic, which is lower assumptions about the return on their investment portfolio, which means we have to put more money in to keep the system floating actuarially, however you say that. Anyway, do they give us dates for when that's going to happen, when they're going to revise their standards?
There are estimates that have gone around, and we've had a consultant come in and kind of look at a few things, but basically up until 2030s sometime, our unfunded actuarial liability per year is going to continue to increase. So
Through 2030s.
through the
Yikes, another
2030s.
10 years.
Yep, at least. And the projected amount that we have to pay in lump sum, and this is not even our regular amount percentage that we pay on salaries each paycheck. Mm-hmm. The amount that we will have to pay lump sum is going to increase by approximately $2 million a year. Not each year, but it will increase up to when we are paying each year $2 million over what we currently pay.
Mm-hmm. Like a balloon payment in a mortgage?
No, this will be continual for a number of years.
Okay. All this money has to come out of the general fund?
Not all of it. Some of it comes out of the EMS fund because some safety salaries are put into the Emergency Medical Services Fund, which is where the EMS and the ALS taxes go. Mm-hmm. And so that could, in theory, offset some of it, but it would also, there are a number of other things that money is needed for.
But in general, it comes out of the same funding sources as the salary money
Correct.
does. So most of the money comes out of the general fund. Are we trying to set aside any money just on the books or encumbering it or whatever to sort of save for a rainy day? We know the rainy day is coming.
So there are a number of things that are going on, and once the audit does come out, we'll have a better idea of the exact fund balance number that we have. And in June, you guys passed a fund balance reserve policy that indicated that we want to maintain 25% fund balance for emergencies. So once the audit comes out, we'll come to you and say, all right, the fund balance is this percentage, and the numbers that were done by the previous auditor, that, again, there was a disclaimer of opinion on those, but they're fairly accurate. There were some adjustments that we made, but indicated that we had a 40% fund balance. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to come to you and say, okay, the amount above the 25%, here's what we plan on doing with it. Or we suggest that you authorize to do with it. Part of it's paying down pension. Part of it is, saving for capital assets. Part of it is, whatever other random one-time things are going to come up. But that is a one-time thing. Once we spend that money, it doesn't come back next year. That's why we're bringing the revenue measures. And I understand we don't have audited financials, but we've already budgeted a deficit. We're already planning on spending more than we're bringing in. So at some point, we have to close that gap. And because especially if we say, yep, we have a 40% fund balance, so we're going to take that money and allocate it to other things, now we don't have any deficit to spend. We don't, because that deficit comes out of fund balance. We're basically rating savings in order to continue operations. So, we have to do something. We could say, if, the audited financials come out and you say, we don't like that we're spending on this, but that we spent what was budgeted. So the concern for me, the audited financials are going to say whether we spent what was budgeted. But the concern for me is that we're budgeting to spend more than we're bringing in. So we either need to raise revenue or cut expenses.
And is this a surprise? How did it come to pass that we're not bringing in as much money as we thought, and therefore, if we spend at the budgeted level, we're increasing our deficit?
Well, it started before I got here. The 2019 budget was passed with like a $1.8 million deficit projection. And I don't actually think we spent all of that. I think that we're coming in probably to the good. But I want to wait until, all the audit is done. And we brought it down for the 2020 budget to, an $800,000 deficit. And we did that by, thinking about budgeting revenues more appropriately. So we were only budgeting like $37,000 in interest income. And we brought it up to $350,000 because that was actually what we were bringing in. So we brought revenue projections up. We started collecting the short-term rental tax. And we also looked at expenses and said, okay, which lines aren't we spending? Can we bring those down? And we did bring some of them down.
Okay, so if we increase the transfer tax, and we don't have to decide that today, that will go into the general fund, and presumably it's going to let us increase our reserves, so we're not really in trouble when we have to paying CalPERS more. Is that fair?
The amounts that I have put together in these proposals, and this obviously isn't required, these were just numbers that I put up here, are only raising per year, assuming that the trend of housing sales continues. And this is using 3 years of housing sale data. That's the number that we'd bring in. So this does not cover the $800,000 deficit.
Or the $2 million. These
Correct.
are annual figures, right?
Correct. These are annual figures.
The ongoing $2 million that we're going to have to start paying between now and 2030.
Correct. It does not cover that either. It's only bringing in, $200,000 to $500,000. And the reason I had Nicole pull this up was because you had said, how many homes are being sold at less than $500,000. When I split this out over the past 3 years, 70 homes were sold for less than $500,000, which is not a lot, but it's not.
Now, on the ambulance tax, whatever its acronym is, we'll need to cover a little bit of the ongoing CalPERS costs out of that because salary is taken out of that. But then even if we covered the extra CalPERS, there's still a gap in there, right?
Oh, yes.
Because we're not recovering as much as we're spending.
Even if you all said eventually, we definitely want to go forward with these two, and they passed with flying colors and we started collecting revenue, we're still behind.
We're still subsidizing them out of general fund.
Yes.
And I would presume that's because we're much better at keeping people alive in an ambulance than we were 10 years ago, and it involves more fancy equipment and stuff like that.
Equipment, we decided that we are hiring paramedics, which cost more. We have equipment that is required in order to actually provide those services. That costs more. So there's a number of things that are being done that, and we've decided it's worth it to the community to subsidize EMS with general fund money.
Right.
And that's fine. It's just when we're looking at, okay, where we're running at a deficit, how can we make this up? We have to make decisions.
And how much this is due to the fact that we have transfer rights as opposed to, we can transfer all the way to a hospital, which, by the way, is going to get to be a longer distance soon, as opposed to other cities which have to hand off people to an ambulance service.
It gets complicated really quickly, but there's been some changes at the county level with transfer rights and the county FRALS agreement and other agreements. And the county basically sets the amount, the price that can be charged for those ambulance transfers. We can certainly get into more depth in that, but Lance did help me with the staff report. If you want to dig in a little bit deeper on page 4, it talks about historically what has been charged and some recent changes at the county level that have directly affected our revenue.
Well, I guess sort of ballpark, have we considered getting rid of our transfer rights, and would it save us any money? I mean, my understanding is we really like having the transfer rights.
We haven't considered that, and I don't know that would be well received.
Yes, pretty sure it wouldn't be well received.
With hospitals moving out of the area.
Right. Okay, well, we need a lot more money. That's what I'm hearing.
And I'd like to say that, this isn't the last ballot that we'll have. This is a start. Granted, the staff people that you have in the positions that they're in, a lot of them are newer to this in the last couple of years. And this is a start at a long-term responsibility to even up. But again, we're talking specific to ballot measures here. There's a lot of other things we're doing to look at how we've been doing things. Are our fees accurate and competitive? Are there ways we could do things more efficiently? So that is all a comprehensive approach that we do on a daily basis, really, to figure out how we accomplish this deficit issue.
People have stopped asking me if they can buy things because I always say no.
Councilmember Barnes, are you pretty much wrapped up?
Yeah,
we need to
move
along.
Thank you for indulging me.
Yeah. So let me give my comments, and then we can have some more general discussion. Yeah, it's clear to me as well that we need revenue. And I've recognized this from the very first time that I was involved in city government, small business tax base, and we just don't have that many sources of revenue. We got to grab everything we can. I think I appreciate what staff recently said, which is that although, yes, we don't have the audited financials in front of us, it's not like we have no data. We're budgeting. We believe we have the data. It's just that we don't have an auditor stamp on it yet, which is important. Absolutely, and there's, and it's a legal necessity as well, and so we need to do that. But I have faith in staff that has dug us out of a deep hole and brought us this far, that we're going to get there. And I have faith that the numbers that they're telling us are accurate. And I do, as I said, I do think we need revenue. Just briefly, I think you all know this, in the era of Prop 13, this is what cities have to do. We have to pass all these little special taxes, and it's yucky. I hate it. But that's what we have to do, and that's what situation Prop 13 has put us in. But the great thing is, in Albany, we love to tax ourselves silly. We do.
don't know.
There's no question about that. Now, I have 5 years of data behind me. When I first got to council, when we were looking at taxes, there was there could be some doubt, some consternation that, oh, maybe people are taxed too much. Maybe they've passed that threshold. And it has never come to pass. We've passed every single tax measure since I've been on council very handily. Now, the one that was referenced that didn't pass was in 2008. That was an economic downturn. That was like the banking collapse that I actually was laid off of work around that time. That is a year that is an exceptional year. That year was an exception, and that I believe is the only one that I know of that didn't pass in recent history. So I think that we do have the capacity to tax ourselves more. The 50% for the transfer tax is a very easy threshold, but you got me thinking with your idea of whether or not people would want a progressive tax, that maybe we should do the polling for that. That might be a good idea, but let me come back to the progressive versus regressive in a second. The 67% is a little bit, is harder, but we've handily passed two-thirds measures as well, and I think that if it's for medical services, emergency services, that usually speaks to people, and they usually sign off on that right then and there. But polling is always good to get the data. So if you'll indulge me just a little bit, before Ronald Reagan was president of the United States, we had a regressive federal tax system in which the most wealthy were taxed up the wazoo, frankly. I mean, they had really high tax rates, and it fell down as you got to lower incomes. During the Ronald Reagan years, that all changed, and we now have what I believe to be a regressive tax system. I believe in the progressive tax system. I believe that as you go higher up in income, those folks can afford to pay a little more, and I think it's the right thing to do, to tax heavily. So we might want to see, what the capacity is in Albany for doing that, but I would be for, in terms of the transfer tax, in having a progressive tax that taxes more the higher up the value of the house. And I'm not sure I can speak to the exact amounts right here and now, but I like that proposal B because it brings in more money. So that's what I gravitate towards right now. And
You can also play with this. These are all equations. So if you say, I want to see how much it's going to be with 16 instead of $17, I can easily do that too.
Sure, yeah. And and I might want to think about whether, and we might want to do some research about whether those categories are still accurate, whether maybe it should be 750,000 should be a cutoff, and then 1.5. I noticed that in the comparatives with other cities, where was that? I've lost my place. Some do it very differently, like Berkeley, it seemed. Where was that? Darn it.
Page 2 of the staff report.
Okay. All right, I'm on the wrong page. No, I'm not. Shoot. Give me 1 second here.
Berkeley's jumps up quite a bit after the first 1.5.
Is this what
Other way. There you go.
Oh, I got it now. Thank you. So, but it's, yes, 1.5 is a cutoff. So if we want to do a lower cutoff, maybe it makes sense to have half of that at 750,000. I don't know why Oakland has that $300,000 value. That seems too low. Anyway, those are my rambling musings at the end of my remarks, and I'll stop there and see if there's more discussion from the council.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment about taxation, and I have to start by saying, I have had, it's true, certainly, well, first I'll say I have had friends move out of town and cite the tax rates in Albany as one of the reasons that they had to leave. So I don't think we should be too casual about taxation and the impact that it has on actual human beings. People do get displaced from their homes and communities when they are hit with taxes that they just really can't afford. I think it's true that people in Albany, and everybody probably sitting at this dais would agree, we all believe in progressive taxation, and we believe in substantial taxation to provide a high level of services and good quality of life. I think that is a broad consensus within Albany. But we must not abuse that trust and that willingness to pay taxes. I feel like when we raise taxes without having accounted for the ones that we've already collected and spent, when we don't have a long-term financial plan, when we have such problems with our budget not being realistically balanced, and this is not, and I want to be really clear, I'm not jumping on Nicole or Heather here. These are long-term, very long-term issues in Albany, but they've left us with a big pension overhang. They've left us with street problems that have to be dealt with. They've left us with inadequate infrastructure in some vital safety areas like lighting and crossings, safe lighting and safe crossings of streets. I think we need to know what those are. And we need to have a distinction between the overhangs in these areas. And by the way, I would be very supportive eventually of sales taxes to address those overhangs. But I would, because if you're making money off of a house sale and you're being taxed on that, say a 1%, you're going to pay an extra $10,000 on $1 million house that you sell. If you're being taxed in that way, it's you have been in the city and you have contributed to the problems. You have been you're part of the problem, and your taxation is going to be part of the solution. But before we do that, I want to be sure that we have a truly balanced budget, that we're not spending more than we're taking in. And that includes things like pensions, and I don't know how this works. I worry when I see all these many people earning above $300,000 because they're of the overtime, that the city gets back. But I don't know if that's going to affect our pensions. There's just all kinds of issues that we need to be clear on before we just start raising money. I think we also have to look at, are there areas where we need to cut? Is every program as vital as EMS? I kind of don't think that it is. And it feels dishonest to me to put something on the ballot saying we're going to fund our EMS services when in fact we're going to we're going to protect the general fund. We're going to withdraw general fund support for EMS and use it for pension overhang. That worries me. I think we need to be really upfront about what the situation is and what we're doing. So my inclination is to defer this entire thing until we have those CAFRs, till we have those financial reports, and at least some vague information about long-term planning, how much those pensions will cost year by year, and a budget that we're confident we have a balanced budget.
I would basically agree with that, but as we said at the outset, we're just having a general discussion now. So, but I think I would agree with you on the level that I don't know that we're going to go forward until we have that information. But right now, it's all talk. Yeah. So I think it's helpful to get the general idea of what's going on, and it's particularly helpful to me. And, you know, and it's true, we're probably all progressive enough to see that if we can get something that's, that has these different rates on a more progressive level, that would be good. But I think it's true. I think we do need to have that picture of what it is before we say, yes, this is the path forward.
So, but you're not saying, you're not precluding any discussion.
No.
Yeah, we can discuss.
This is a discussion.
But we have time before we say yes, and it seems like that's perfectly in line with the CAFR timeline anyway. If we get that in March, we'll have time to say yes to something that will get in the ballot in November.
If what we hear
I think
makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Unless you hear that.
I'm not going to say, well, no matter what we hear at the CAFR timeline, we should say, you know, we're going forward, because that would essentially be making the decision now.
Are we going to look at any cuts, or that's not on the table? Cuts on existing programs are not on the table. Is that?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
it would be part of the budget process.
Yeah.
And my concern is that if we aren't anticipating additional revenue, cuts are going to be necessary if we want a balanced budget.
Right.
That, or we continue to draw down fund balance until it hits that 25% and just can't use any excess for paying prepaying pension obligations or things like that.
Yeah, this is more of a revenue discussion, and we certainly need to have those discussions about potential cuts. I think there's some areas we've all felt maybe could use cuts, and I think I'm just going to, I forgot to say this earlier, but I just want to bring it to the table that you mentioned the annexation of Albany, but it brought up for me economies of scale, and we could have a formal analysis of whether it made sense for us to go to county fire and county police. Would that save us money? I think that should be on the table as well. Anything that it makes more sense economically should be on the table, absolutely.
We did used to share our fire chief with Piedmont for a while, for example.
In the interest of time, because we still have one more item, can we maybe, I think we've all sort of given some kind of direction. Can we kind of move this forward?
Yeah,
Could
thank
I
you.
just ask quickly for a couple of items of information? I do want to know on the pensions whether those overtime situations, which is particular to the fire department, we have people who get enormous amounts of overtime, but the city gets reimbursed. Are we getting reimbursed for the pension aspect of that compensation, or just the salary itself? Does that end up costing us money on this pension issue? And the other is, I'd like to see this EMS discussion kind of in the context of our budget, what we have budgeted for income and expense in this area, and what we're talking, because the numbers just don't seem to connect to anything I can see in the budget. I'd like to see the budget and this discussion kind of harmonized, so we understand, here's what we budgeted, here's how much we spent, here's how much we took in, here's the gap.
I have
Great, thank you.
60 seconds of comments.
Okay, I'm going to time you.
To make. All right, here we go. Dan Walters of Cal Matters makes the point that Rochelle makes a lot, that even though cities are trying to come up with these dedicated taxes for services, if they're just relieving the stress on the general fund, and that general fund money is going for pensions, and we're really just asking for taxes for pensions. He's been pretty good on this issue. State taxes are progressive. The state budget is really flush, but I don't think we can depend on the state bailing out either STRS or PERS. Here's the bad news. MTC, after AB 1814-87, is coming after us to tax to pay, with 1487 to pay for affordable housing. And then they're going to come up with a 1 cent sales tax to pay for transportation, even though they already just increased the hell out of tolls on the bridges. So other people are trying to raid our money. And that's something we need to educate our voters about.
60 seconds.
Okay, and then finally, the advantage of the transfer tax is that no one pays it until they sell their house. So it's not perceived of as an annual. And I will say, I found one of my old tax receipts. My assessed value has gone up, to Nick's point, my assessed value in over 15 years or so has gone up 30%, but my taxes have gone up, my property taxes have gone up 60%. So it's double. So yes, absolutely, we're nickel and diming our residents.
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome. You're in under a minute and a half, so that's not bad. Okay, so let's move this forward because I do want to get to the last agenda item. What I heard, let me make sure I understood. What I heard is that the majority of the council would like to keep moving forward. We are not making any hard and fast decisions yet. And there is a desire, of course, to have the CAFR in front of us so that we can also use that as a piece of data. But I would say that if there's some time-sensitive things about this that you need to bring back, don't hesitate to bring that back to the council so that we can make a decision on things like polling. You know, if we have to do polling, we have to start that in February, then please bring that back to the council so we can discuss it. So, is that fair? Okay, cool. Thank you very much. And moving on then to the Charter Review Committee. So let me set this one up since this came from me. So when the item about taxes came up, I thought, oh, okay, in the past we've had items that are going to the ballot that have had to have charter amendments. In this case, these taxes wouldn't. They don't need any charter amendments, but it just sparked my thinking about that. And then I thought, oh, as it's currently constituted, is our Charter Review Committee actually able to take something on? Well, they've never met. They don't have a chair and vice chair. They've never met each other. And if they need to work on a charter amendment or anything to do with the charter, they need to get together and actually form as a body. And I was thinking, as we've currently constituted them, they don't have a chance to do that until the council calls upon them, and then they have to scramble and just do work. Also, they have an existing work plan, which contains things like at least one item that we approved, which is youth voting, which I think is an important item. But as we're currently constituted, they are not able to take that up because they're only able to take up things in anticipation of an upcoming election. So my resolution is to constitute the body so that it can meet and form and be an effective body, but so that it only meets every once in a while, as only often enough to be a functioning body, but also to be able to work on their work plan and propose new items or being given new items. I think that however this comes out, we don't have really a functioning body, a body that we could call to do the work. So I proposed a resolution, but I'm happy to hear other ways forward, and that's my intro.
I thought that with our decision not to have the Charter Review Committee meet unless and until we had a charter, potential charter change that we wanted them to consider, I thought we were moving away from the things in the old work plan. I thought the work plan was essentially canceled and that they would have a new work plan of whatever it is that we asked them to take up. And we might want to have them consider this meetings provision of the charter that we don't like. But I can't think of any other, anything else that is pending.
Well, that may have been implicit, or it may have been explicit, but it wasn't my understanding that their work plan was canceled. I don't recall it stating that explicitly in our action, and it's not in the resolution.
I mean, we didn't do youth voting in this, we just went through the strategic plan. We don't have youth voting or those other things.
We had approved that for their work plan at one point.
Well, I agree with Rochelle that when we kind of changed their format, that their work plan didn't carry over. That we were going to direct them on what we wanted them to work on, and we haven't given them any direction because there hasn't been anything for them to work on.
Yeah, I guess I would have preferred that we explicitly cancel their work plan as part of that resolution, but I missed that.
My feeling is if we have nothing for them to work on, what would they talk about at a meeting?
Well, that's if they don't have a work plan, and it wasn't my understanding that they don't have a work plan. So I think maybe the discussion is, what do you want to do? Because I feel like as it's currently constituted, we don't have anything that could work. We don't have a body that could work. We appoint people, they have no regular meetings to attend, and we're supposed to call on them at last minute when they don't have a chair, vice chair, they don't know each other, to get together and work on something. So I'd prefer to go something. I'm also a little concerned that because, and this is my speculation, because certain council members did not appreciate the work that they were doing or did not appreciate the manner in which they were doing work, that they soured on the idea of a charter review committee. I could be wrong. That's speculation, that's my guess. But in any case, I feel like we either should abolish the committee, decide on some other way that they can be an effective body and actually be called into action and do real work.
Well, I would have no objection to them meeting to consider the change in the meeting provision of the charter that we talked about today. But that's the only issue that I know of that requires some charter review, potentially charter review activity right now.
And I wouldn't be opposed to that, but I think we should wait till we hear, from all of what's actually needed. Regardless of that, what I'd like to do is sort of hold off on this discussion until the end of the year when we look at all of our advisory bodies and evaluate what's working, what isn't working. I'd like to see them sunsetted and converted to a task force that meets as needed when we have charter amendments to be worked on. That's what I would prefer to do. Because you're right, this isn't working really well when you appoint somebody and you say, well, you're probably not going to meet for at least a year because there's nothing really bubbling up that we think is important. So I think you're right, it's not working. But I think the way to have it work is to sunset it and to have a different format.
Okay.
What would happen if we got rid of it altogether? Could we assign the work to staff?
Yeah, let me recollect there. Yes, staff could definitely prepare charter amendments based on direction from the council. I think that what the charter review committee has done in the past, under different definitions, this has gone both ways. At times, they've also given you, they're served as an advisory body and given you pro-con analysis. At times, they also were regulated not to do that. So there's been two variations thereof in my experience with that group. So it depends on what the council wants from this body. If it's an administrative item with regard to meetings and a cleanup item, that seems very staff-oriented versus an advisory body. It just seems like busy work to them. But if it's a substantive item where we're talking about a directly elected mayor or a change that could consume, as you know, both the school district and the city are in the charter. There's a lot of complexities thereof, and some of those may warrant from additional discussion and pro-con analysis. So it depends on what the council wants from that advisory body, or if you would like a task force that's more specific to the issue and the dynamics thereof, you may seek expertise of certain people.
Well, the council member Nason can see looking at the meeting schedule. I can see looking at youth voting. I think that's tremendously important. I also think the idea of the ranked choice voting, that could be, the composition of this council is going to change in less than a year, and with the majority leaving. So it could be that the next version of the council wants to continue some of the prior work, and having that body still hold that work, I think, could be important as well. Something to consider. Councilmember Barnes, did you have something to say? It looked like you did.
Yeah, I have a problem with advisory groups that turn into lobbying organizations.
I think that's what I was referring to.
And I think we need to safeguard against that. And I think that was a problem with charter review. It became an advocacy group for ranked choice voting. And I don't think that's appropriate. And that's not what advisory committees are supposed to do.
So, my only comments would be, I think at least keep them, keep some idea of a task force. But if we are to go to, if we get hit with the suit that we might get hit by, who knows, this was up in the air regarding how we pick our council members and whether this is a district thing or whatever, wouldn't there be a use for the charter review under those circumstances?
I would think so.
We would have to move so fast.
Yeah.
I don't think there would be time to use a charter review committee. The timelines are tight.
Or if we were to decide to do something proactively,
well,
maybe then.
Perhaps that's where we should be going. Maybe some of these issues could be looked at in advance by a charter review, and it could be a committee or a task force, whatever you want to call it. But that might be one good purpose for it.
All right, well, I don't see any support for the resolution that I brought forward, so we can just let that hang and just keep the status quo for now, and we'll at least come back with a review of the bodies, which we do every 2 years anyway. Do we do that? Or has that been on a 2-year cycle, but we don't necessarily do it every 2 years?
It's on an as-needed cycle.
As needed, okay.
I need to refresh myself on when we did our last. I feel like it was about a year ago.
Okay.
So
All right, well, we can
certainly program that in. Yeah.
So we can reconsider that in the fall, I think, is when we would normally do that. So, but for now, we'll just take no action on that item.
And I just want to say that I think at the next meeting, when we talk about the potential charter change for the meeting time, that might not even need to go to charter review. That seemed really kind of Mahler writes a sentence and we're done kind of thing. Or 2 sentences maybe.
All right, well, we're almost done. We are past the last agenda item. We don't have to continue past 10:30 because it's only 5 o'clock. But I did want to, and Councilmember Nason has agreed to say a few words about Whitney Dotson, who passed away, and we'll ask her to say a few words, and then we'll close the meeting in remembrance of him.
Well, Whitney Dotson was our East Bay Regional Park District representative for many years, including these past years when we have seen the amazing positive transformation of the Albany waterfront, which has been partly the work of this body and the staff of the City of Albany, but also the East Bay Regional Park District, with Whitney Dotson leading that effort to see the improvements at Albany Beach and the path along the plateau, and of course the Bay Trail that we all very much look forward to opening. Whitney Dotson, you have, I hope everyone here has had a chance to visit the Dotson family marsh near Parchester Village in North Richmond. Whitney was one of the early, and his father, actually his parents before him, were tremendous advocates for North Richmond and for social justice. They were some of the first people really bringing to consciousness widely how much low-income communities were bearing the brunt of a lot of pollution issues and were not enjoying the benefits of conservation investments. And he really forced a change that really spread out and became a big thing nationally. He, fortunately, he was honored with a wonderful retirement celebration not long before his death, and several people sitting here were there to honor him. And here's, may I read a couple of words from the East Bay Regional Park District about him? They say, the district was incredibly fortunate that after a career of leadership and progressive public health and environmental activism, Whitney decided to spend 11 more years of dedicated vital service with the Park District. He was tremendously well-liked and well-respected by his colleagues, as well as by Park District staff and all of those who worked with him. His commitment to fighting for public access to parks and shorelines saw several significant projects, including the Atlas Road Bridge at Point Pinole, the completion of the Bay Trail between Pinole Shores and Bayfront Park, the restoration of Albany Beach, and the completion of the Bay Trail between Berkeley and Albany. His tireless efforts to protect the shoreline and to provide public access to help people stay healthy in nature has and will continue to be an inspiration to all of us here at the Park District. And I think it should be an inspiration to all of us here in Albany as well.
Thank you for that. So let's just conclude with a few moments of silence for Whitney. And we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.